bring a live thorn. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form, 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Welcome to Diplomacy League Night. I'm your host, Brian Pravel. I'm here joined by a veteran group of some of our original DBN broadcasters. I'd like to introduce David Hood, Adam Silverman, Brandon Fogel. Cannot tell you how excited I am to be broadcasting with the three of you again tonight.
Great to be back.
By veteran, you mean old, right? I got it.
We are all moving
I don't think
in.
Brandon's that. I really don't think Brandon's that old. But whatever.
I couldn't help notice, David, that you have an extra broadcaster with you.
It's true. This is my friend Thor. Hello, everyone. He has only one eye.
So he sees better than you, in other words.
He does.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us, and I'd like to thank everybody who is watching our broadcast tonight, especially for those of you who are able to join us live. I absolutely love our Dip Chat community. It is so much fun to watch all the comments, have everybody talk a little smack, but maintain good, friendly, positive community. That is absolutely one of the highlights of this show. So thank you all. I would like to go ahead and give everyone a chance to plug a couple upcoming events. I know that we all have some events that we probably want to speak about. I will start with you, Brandon. I know you and I are organizing an event coming up very soon in our very own Chicago.
Yeah, we've got Weaselmoot coming up in just 3 weeks from today, and it's going to be held at the Kimpton Gray, which is the same place it was held last year, which is a hotel in downtown Chicago, lovely location. And we will have 3 rounds. We have a little social event on Friday night, and so this is the weekend of October 5th and 6th. Then we'll have 2 rounds on Saturday, 1 round on Sunday, early enough for people to catch an evening flight back out. We'll use Open Tribute as is our hometown scoring system, and we will be joined by the defending champion, last year's champion, Mr. Adam Silverman, who's also on this broadcast, who doesn't care for our scoring system very much, but used it very effectively last year to take the title.
He's been effective every time that he's played it. So yeah, Adam, really looking forward to seeing you there.
I think this is the 18th version. Sorry to interrupt. This is the 18th edition of Weaselmoot, and so come join us and help us make it another good one. Sorry, Adam, what were you going to say?
No, I love Weaselmoot. I've been going to them almost since the beginning. This is the 18th one. I've probably been to 10 of them. They're so much fun, and it's such a great tournament. You should definitely come this year. Come, you can play on a board with me, kill me, and it'll be a great time.
We all support that. Adam, I know you've got a big event coming up next year. I don't think it's too early to start advertising.
No, I mean, World DipCon is going to be in San Francisco. I have a great team of organizers working with me to get this event off the ground, and we have a lot of the logistics all worked out. I met with them last week, actually. Siobhan Nolan and Eddie Brisson and Alex Amon. Really veteran players, veteran tournament organizers, and it's just going to be an amazing event. We're going to have people from all over the world. It's at a great boutique hotel in San Francisco, which is a great town. Great place to visit, lots of stuff to do in the area if you're coming from far away. Plenty of things to do. We're going to organize some activities around the event, and there'll be 4 rounds of diplomacy, and we'll be crowning the world champion. And you never know, if you don't show, you can't play for it. So but even if you're not too concerned with that aspect, it's just a great opportunity to meet many amazing people who also share in the love of diplomacy and board gaming, and just really nice people, and great to hang out and be part of something bigger. So we have a website. Hopefully we can put that in the league notes, in the notes, the website for the event. We haven't quite opened registration yet, but that will probably be opening in October. So in about a month, we'll have all of that going and start the real kind of countdown. But it's still 7 months away. It's April 4th through 6th next year. So hopefully we can get all the information. Check the website. We have an email list and a Discord server. You can get the links for that through the website for the event.
And I don't know if it will be a pro or a con, but a large contingent of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network team is planning to attend. So we're really hoping to get to meet a lot of you. Getting to meet other people in our community is just such a delight. And I have met some of my absolute best friends in life through this game, this community. And that's a big part of why I do this broadcast and try to encourage everyone to participate so we can share that positive experience with more people. Speaking of more positive experiences, I am drafting up our script for our upcoming countdown show that should be released very soon. Just working on some scheduling details with a certain Zachary Moore. And once we get that hammered out, we'll go through it. But what stood out to me is in the previous season, the 2023-24 season, we had a total of 18 events. So far, we have had 17 events this year, and we have enough to where we're going to reach 30 upcoming events. Just the ones that we know about right now. So for the first time ever, we're going to have more events coming in the fall and winter than we had in the spring and the summer. That's really, really exciting. We are seeing hobbies just explode in activity, and just so many different ways to play, and more exchanging of members and participation between communities. And that's one of my goals for League Night, is to expose people to other groups and other ways to play the game. This is a rich, diverse type of game, lots of different ways to play, lots of ways to enjoy it. If you want to see those events, I encourage you to check out our website on diplobn.com/schedule. And I'll just read through a couple of events that are important to talk about. David, if you could give a plug real quick. I think we've got an event going on this weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
The European Diplomacy Championship is happening right now in Sion, Switzerland. In fact, the top board was just announced. I don't have the list right in front of me, but it does include DBN's Karthik Coneth has made the top board of the EDC, that will be played on Sunday, along with a lot of other names that one would recognize, past World DipCon champs and other European champs. 2 weekends from now is the UK National Championship in Warrington. By the way, just quickly, we've got a new episode of Deadline coming out the next few days, our monthly news show, and in it I have a lot of information tagged for people to see, to go visit all of these websites, including Adam's website for his World DipCon coming up. In addition to that, just very quickly, you've got, of course, the Weasel Moot the first weekend in October. The second weekend in October, you've got the Asia Pacific Championship in Melbourne and the Hexstecken in Saxony, in Dresden, in Germany. First of German event we've had in forever. The weekend after that, there is an event in the Basque country of Spain, in Bilbao. And then the first weekend in November, you've got 3 events coming up. You've got the Dutch National Championship, you've got Carnage in Vermont, and you've got a tournament in Canberra, in Australia. So just a really, really busy next couple of months.
Yeah, not to mention the National Diplomacy Masters at the World Series of Board Gaming, Las Vegas. Our very own Katie Gray will be. It was invited as one of the masters. Spoiler alert: she's doing pretty well this season, and definitely deserves that recognition. So we're excited for her and for that event as well. Yeah, so many different ways to play. If you want to get involved, check out the website. Again, that's diplobn.com/schedule. And hope to see you on a board at one of those events. So, with that, let's go ahead and transition over to our coverage for tonight. Virtual Diplomacy League this year has been really, really exciting to watch. I think one of the highlights for me so far has been Justin Lohr, who I believe is in first place. He has the only solo. Last year, I don't think we had any solos. So it's always fun to see somebody accomplish that difficult goal. Justin impressing with that, but has not been able to separate himself after that big win. So Matthew Tatanchi, Ben Kelman right behind Justin. Jamal Blackerly, Brandon Dix, Doug Malott, Micah Blom rounding out your top 7. And then just a quick look, we've got Christian Brown, Marcus Loan, Karsten Brett. Can someone help me?
Pfotenhauer.
Pfotenhauer. Thank you, David. Karsten Brett, Pfotenhauer in 10th. And moving on, wrapping out our top 14, Jordan Connors, Super Wordy, Jason Bennett, and Isaac Jukes. Really, really talented players there. Little over halfway through from a calendar standpoint. Lots of opportunities still to play, earn some points. I do expect to see some shakeups before we reach our top 7. Anything any of y'all want to talk through as far as the league goes before we get to our games?
Love to see the mix of the usual suspects along with some new names, right? I think Justin, I know he's in the LA area, has been started a local diplomacy group down there. Looking forward to hopefully meeting him in person at World DipCon. But great to see a new name, right? I think he is a rookie this year, right?
He is rookie. He's scored really high. And Adam, you may have an opportunity to meet him sooner than that. Justin's registered for Weaselmoot.
Super. And, and Marcus Loan and Karsten, I think both of them might be rookies as well in the top 10. I mean, along with a great mix of, fantastic players who we've seen year after year do well, like Matt Tatanchny and Ben Kelman, Jamal, of course, world champion. It's super to see that mix, and I'm excited to see how they do, hopefully seeing on some boards together and see how that plays out this weekend.
All right. Well, enough chit chat. Let's go ahead.
Hey, sorry, Brian. One really quickly. Matthew Tatanchi actually soloed last month. I think Kevin hosted that. Yeah.
Yes.
And the website wasn't updated, which is probably why you missed it when you did your review for today. But I'm just pulling this up so I can have a look at it. Matthew soloed as Germany, and Justin Lohr was on the board as Turkey. So.
I remember that because it was a shock to those of us watching the games. Like, what and just happened?
I love that. Yeah, and that's something I've observed at tournaments in the past. Once somebody solos, a lot of times that breaks open the dam, and you start to see a lot more. So, I mean, who knows? We've got 4 Virtual Diplomacy League games tonight that we're going to be covering. Could happen again. So, all right. So, just quick request from everyone. If you are enjoying the broadcast, if you will go ahead and give it a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Doing that will help YouTube algorithm promote the game of diplomacy in this channel to a wider audience. We've had several active participants who have done quite well in some of these events find the game of diplomacy through this channel and get connected into this community. So liking the video, subscribing, putting a comment if we miss something, if you have an observation or a question, all of that helps promote the channel, helps promote the game of diplomacy. So we do appreciate that very much. Let's stop with the chit chat. I'm going to give a couple of you a break. So Brandon, I'm going to give you the first break. Thank you. And David, would you introduce our players for Virtual Diplomacy League 120 or 196 Bonaparte?
This, of course, is the game that starts at, I think, 3 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S., so it tends to have a lot of international flair to it. Here we got Jason Gray from Sydney, Classic Belarus, and Jandolf. I'm not sure where they are. Dominic Stevens from Auckland, New Zealand, just came in second at the inaugural Cane Toad Classic tournament in Brisbane, down in Australia. And Dominic is the chief economist for the government of New Zealand, just FYI. Roni Mordvanov from Israel, frequent player here on, on VDL and on virtual games, but also has played face-to-face, was an attendee of the last Dixicon. Nicholas Lawton and Nicholas, another good player. Jordan Connors, I'm not familiar with that fella. He must be new. This must be his first game ever.
Sounds like
Connors doesn't ring a bell. Does not ring a bell.
Sounds like a newbie to me.
Yep.
All right. Anything you're going to be watching for with any of these matchups?
Putting kidding aside, Jordan Connors is actually in great position to move up the standings. He hasn't had that many games so far, so I'm looking to see, can he get out of the box in Turkey? If anybody can, it would be him. All kidding aside, he's a great player, so we'll see how he does tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get to our moves. David, I'm going to have you take our odd years, and Adam, you'll do our even. Let's get to it.
Well, the first thing that jumps out at me is English Channel. Chris Martin, somewhere in his retirement, is going woohoo, because there we go. Somebody's order to the channel. We've got the sort of the regular bounce in Galicia, I would say, fairly regular these days, and or what they call the Armenian fist bump down in Turkey, allowing that Turkish fleet to go on to Khan. So we'll see if that portends some additional and continued RT cooperation. Fall turn, England tries to convoy to Belgium, which is astutely bounced by Jandolf. So that's an interesting situation there. That's quite a guess that England got wrong there. They could have convoyed right into Brest. It's always a guess. In the East, am I seeing anything particularly interesting? Definitely RT type moves for here, for sure, with the Turkish fleet already in the Aegean and the support given into Romania. Interestingly, in the West, and I didn't notice this at first, Denmark slips into the North Sea. This is a risk of going to the English Channel for England here and doing the convoy, is that you have to take Norway with the fleet, which leaves you open for Dominic Stevens to slip into your North Sea.
These are very FG-ish moves. It seems like they're probably on the same page. Whether that continues or not is always going to be up in the air, and 1902 will tell. The other thing I find really intriguing is that army in Tyrolia holds. You'll often see that army taking a pot shot at Munich in situations like this, and Italy chooses not to. So that's kind of interesting. And yeah, we'll see. The convoy of Apulia to Tunisia certainly suggests that Roni is well aware of this degree of RT cooperation. Obviously, they saw the move from Ankara to Khan. So when you see that fleet in Khan getting out to the Aegean right away, you don't want to be moving that fleet out of the Ionian. So you keep it there, and that's what Roni does. So it's a nice choice by Roni there.
There's so much to like about this particular board. It's so fun. We got the Germans sitting in North Sea. We've got the correct bounce from Jandolf blocking that convoy to Belgium, and a very, very fast moving juggernaut. I was just playing a game on Wednesday night. We were talking about a juggernaut, and the general consensus is we don't see as many juggernauts as we once did in the hobby, because they're pretty visible, and the rest of the board has a lot of time to be able to react to it. This one's moving very quickly. There's no attempt to hide it. So I'm very curious to see, will the board react? Will they do so effectively if they do? And is the gamble on making this high tempo play going to pay off for that alliance structure?
We got the North Sea fleet from Russia, which is always interesting. And I think in these kinds of situations, it's always interesting to see how that plays out, because often, there's a conversation that happens between Russia and Germany in these situations over Sweden, where Russia says, okay, you're going to let me have Sweden. And Germany says, well, if I let you have Sweden, what are you going to build? And then they have a discussion about it. And sometimes Germany says, I don't want you to build a fleet in the north, right? Because Germany looks at that and says, it could be helpful in the short term, but in the long term, maybe I don't want Russia having two fleets, even if I am attacking England. So whether that conversation happened here or not, we don't know, obviously. But that's the kind of thing that often does take place in these kind of 401 conversations. And obviously, in this case, we do see that fleet in the North Coast, which makes sense given everything else we've seen so far. So come spring 1902, this is really interesting. It almost looks like there's an agreement between England and Russia, because Sweden goes right into Norway, with Norway leaving, which I can only assume was known and discussed between the two of them, because Norway is making that supported attack on the North Sea here. Elsewhere, England is doing, I can't tell what the English Channel is doing. It looks like it might be supporting Picardy into Belgium, which is not taken. And is making just some pretty, normal moves in the south to try to keep Austria out of Galicia. Turkey does a whole lot of nothing, which is actually quite interesting. I mean, it seems like Jordan was expecting Aegean to get attacked by the Italy and Austria, and elected to defend that rather than trying to advance, which again is Turkey. That's something you can definitely afford to do in this position. Elsewise, Italy decides to convoy back out of Tunis rather than moving things around, and actually does the same thing, thinking there might be Austria-Turkey cooperation against them, because he supports Ionian against the potential attack for Aegean in Greece. So this clearly shows that these Eastern powers are not communicating, except maybe for the RT. Right, because of everything that's happening here. As we move into the fall, in the north, we continue to see the FG attacking England. They successfully retake the North Sea, because now the Russians are in on the action, supporting the Germans back out, which makes perfect sense, because the Russians want Germany out of the Skagerrak, so they're not threatening Sweden. And they continue to advance their fleets. This is a great play for the Russians right here. Meanwhile, the French advance to the North Atlantic. The Germans cover their bases and take the North Sea. The Italians are now in Piedmont. This is just really kind of interesting to see how that will play. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Italy make these moves, because going to Piedmont while moving your fleet from from Naples into Apulia rather than out to the Tyrrhenian Sea, is not really showing a commitment there, right? It's just sort of saying, I'm going to put one unit over there to slow you down. And a whole lot of nothing elsewise. Austria is moving very Italian friendly to defend themselves, but Russia and Turkey do not make any gains.
Yeah, the Italian moves to me are the most interesting in 1902, because really, Roni has set himself up to possibly pivot and move units into Austrian territory. That might be what's going on here with the fleet going to Apulia, or at least giving himself the option to do it. But yeah, this is a real takedown of the English, and the question is going to be what happens afterwards.
Yeah, so builds. Russia makes the Army Moscow most flexible build you can make in this position. England removes their army, which is an interesting choice. Usually when you're getting attacked as England, usually you want to have that army on the continent, because it provides more flexibility in your defense. So that may be a mistake for classic Belarus, but we'll see how it plays out. Meanwhile, Germany puts an army down in Munich, which again is fairly interesting to see, given the attack on England. They could have chosen to put another fleet down there, but they don't. They put an army to bolster their land presence. So we'll see.
I think he's worried that some Austrian or Italian army is going to float up there and take Munich if he doesn't do something like that. Well, that would be my guess.
You certainly can justify it very easily to France, right? If your ally in France is asking why you're putting down that instead of a fleet, you can very easily say that I'm worried about Tyrol.
Or a Russian army, or somebody coming in there with too much of a soft underbelly there.
Yep.
That is an awfully large gap without it.
And there comes Silesia, so that was probably well timed.
Wow,
That's probably to outflank the Austrian in Galicia, is probably with the theory, but still. Well, actually, look, Germany's actually intervening down there, so that maybe he's going to continue his relationship with Russia at this point. Who knows? France wasn't sure what was happening, though, so he supported himself to Burgundy. As far as the actual attack on England goes, not much happening there. the French actually hit Norwegian. I'm not sure exactly why.
Well, it seems like a miscommunication, right? There's not a lot of reason why that would happen if they were actually working together, unless you think the French are turning on the Germans here.
Well, the French are, they're being distracted by Piedmont. There's still an English fleet in the English Channel. So there may be a lot of diplomatic underplay going on in the background. In the East, we do have something happening, which is Russia taking Serbia. I mean, at some point, something was going to happen. And the Italians have gotten into the Aegean because Jordan takes the opportunity to pull Smyrna out to the Eastern Med. So there's a little bit of action here. We'll see what happens in the fall turn. Well, they can take Serbia back just because of the number of Austrian armies around it. They also try to take Bulgaria, but are not successful. But, I see. The Italian fleet's gone to Eastern Med, and the other one's retreated back to the Ionian. It's one way to do it. Roni went up there to Piedmont, kind of poked France, and France said, well, if you're going to poke, I'm going to attack back. I'm not just going to poke. I'm going to send 2 fleets down there. So he does that while he's taking Liverpool. So that's quite a move for the French there. Let's see, what happened with North Sea? They just defended the North Sea, I guess. What's happening? No, they went to somebody went to Clyde. Oh, a convoy to Clyde.
Clyde, yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
multinational
convoy. There's nothing wrong with that. That is a time-tested way to take the English down. It's put somebody's army into position, particularly when there is no English army.
Yeah, and here you see the problem with England not having an army in this kind of situation, right? Because there's nothing there to defend Liverpool. So the French just march right in, and they can shift the rest of their fleet south to do something else against the Italian here, right? Because Italy is way out of position for defending Tunis or, potentially other things. And I wouldn't be surprised, we're going to see a build in Marseille here. I don't know if it's going to be an army or a fleet, but I'm sure we're going to see something there right now.
What would you put down, Adam, in Marseille?
I'm probably going to put a fleet down. I mean, I think I can cover the army. I'm going to move Gascony to Marseille. If I feel really good about my relationship with Germany right now, which I don't see why I wouldn't, because, Germany is going to be playing for Edinburgh and London. I'm putting a fleet in Marseille.
The person this is really good for in terms of the French invasion is actually Jordan, because it allows Turkey to potentially get out of the box here. Those Italian fleets have to go west now.
Yep. Yeah, indeed, and that's great foreshadowing, David, because here Jordan manages to take Greece, and that's done thanks to a good tactical play with Russia cutting Serbia and making the supported attack to beleaguer Romania, right? So they make sure that they can hold Romania here while forcing Greece. Italy turns everything around, as you have to in this position, but unfortunately, it ain't going to save Tunis for them, right? So they get into Piedmont, but the fleets are now out of position. Up in the north, England uses the opportunity to say, okay, well, if that's what you're going to do, France, I'm going to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, right? And I'm going to go and make a play for Portugal or Spain, or make you guess at least on what to cover in the fall, which is what you do here when you're England and you're otherwise getting killed. You pick who you want to punish, and in this case, it's France. The flip side to that is now you've got a Russian fleet in North Atlantic Ocean, and that's something you're going to have to be thinking about as well, right? If you're France, because now you're saying, well, how long is Russia on my side? Do I have to cover Liverpool? Do I have to worry about other things? Is this RG stronger than the FG? And how is this game going to play out from a diplomatic standpoint?
I don't think there's an FG anymore. I think this is a German-Russian thing. And the French.
You're absolutely right. I missed the Munich to Burgundy move. So yeah, this is definitely not an FG. I apologize for that. This is very clearly a
GR, and they're going to take Liverpool now.
Yeah, absolutely, going to make the play for Liverpool, and they
France has gotten himself out of position, and again, advantage Jordan Connors. I would argue.
Though it's a pretty good position for Dominic in Germany, I've got to say, and for Russia, I think the three of them are all looking pretty good in this game. Let's see.
Yeah, I've seen top of the world with England and Russia be pretty effective. It is unusual to see Russia and Germany have any kind of long-term cooperation.
I mean, France is in a world of pain here, right? Because France is going to lose probably Brest right here, or definitely London, definitely Liverpool. They're down 2-3. Maybe, I mean, if there's guesses, they could lose Spain or Portugal. They could lose Marseille. I mean, there's all kinds of. This is a terrible, terrible turn for France. I mean, I guess on the bright side, they might get Tunis. I don't know.
Yeah, Adam, Nicholas Sahuge and I ran a German-Russian alliance at your tournament a couple of years ago. The whole game, it can really work because it's so unexpected.
It's a wonderful thing that you don't see very often, and here it is, right? So Germany's taking Edinburgh and London. Russia is taking Liverpool. This works out great for both of them. Russia continues to advance their position against Austria by getting into Bohemia and Galicia. Austria is going to have to pull a unit because of the Turks taking Serbia. Turks are in the Ionian now. So this is really interesting, right? And if you're Russia in this position, you've got an RT, you've got an RG, you're fighting Austria. You don't really have enemies other than Austria, who you've been fighting the whole game. So you're feeling good about that. If you're Turkey, you're feeling really good. You're working with the Russians, the Austrians are on the block. You're making progress against the Italians. The French aren't a threat. I mean, this is really interesting for those three powers, and it will be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out and whether they all kind of stick on the same page or if there's tension between the Russians and the Germans, because this is the kind of part of the game where now the builds are going to come down and we're going to start to see potentially that tension, especially if Russia builds in the north right now.
Jandolf hit a Balrog is what happened to him. He is falling very deeply into a pit. And I don't know if he's going to come back in the second book or not.
And good for classic Belarus and England for sticking this out and fighting. They have a chance of surviving this game in Portugal right now because that's a really hard dot for anybody. Going to be a really hard dot for anybody to take.
It's true. It's true.
Normally we do Who Do You Like, but we're going to just have to forego that tonight. We've got a lot of games to get through, so we're just going to keep moving on.
I like the fact that the alliance, the Russia-Germany alliance, is actually toast. Dominic's been attacked by Nicholas in a way that is not going to be good for the Germans. There's basically no way around what's happening here. I understand the Austrians are in Galicia, and that should possibly matter in terms of what the Russians do. But once you actually commit to this as Russia, you really want to keep going, would be my argument. So we'll see what happens there diplomatically. Austria, let's see, what are they doing? They do get into Galicia, but they're going to have to sort of juggle here a little bit because they've moved down to Serbia. So that's good for defensive purposes, but the Russians have lots of options for the fall turn. As far as the South is concerned, the French, how the English have become the government in exile in France. The French may be trying to become a government in exile in Italy. We'll see how that goes because they've basically run south. Lyon, they're in the Tyrrhenian Sea, so we'll see what the French do here.
Goodness, in this. Oh, okay. I was going to say, in this position as Russia, do you cover Warsaw? And I think the answer probably was no. And it's interesting that indeed they don't. And not only that, they must feel really good about where they are with the Austrian right here because they don't even support Romania.
Yeah. And they may have made a deal with Austria potentially. Not sure, but Austria, of course, are losing Trieste here. What else is happening? The convoy to Denmark, which couldn't be stopped.
It looks like they probably did make a deal with the Austrians because it looks like the Jordan was expecting Romania to go to Serbia.
Yeah, which wouldn't. I guess it would have worked because of the attack on Trieste. The Sevda of the Black Sea is an interesting situation. England, look at England. Nobody can take Portugal. I'm going to rearrange and try to get some of my homeland back. This game is awesome.
Love it.
I'm enjoying watching this game. A lot of twists and turns, but mostly advantage RT.
Is it RT?
It was. I mean,
why is the Black Sea there? We're going to see an army in Sev right now and an army in Moscow, right? So
we got a fleet in Ankara, so obviously that was not arranged for the Russians. So, gosh, what alliances are left?
Let me ask you, David, why do you build a fleet in Ankara? I mean, I think Jordan is obviously, really good. Is that so? That black is no longer an uncuttable support? I would have thought maybe an army there would have been the play, but
it's hard to know. You mean to go around to Armenia and threaten Sev, that kind of thing? I mean, maybe, but I think you were right to begin with. I think it's to cut whatever Ankara's doing there, and try to make some kind of deal with the Austrians to take out Romania or something.
Yeah.
That's my read on it too.
But Russia's got to have some kind of ally here. Russia at 10 centers is still a precarious situation. I know I'm a broken record about this, but Russia at 10 centers is like anyone else at 7 or 8. So you got to have an ally, and I don't know who their ally is at this point. Now maybe they may have made patty cake with Jordan here a little bit, which is probably smart because they need some kind of ally. All right, the English. No, this is you. This is you, Adam.
Yeah, so indeed, to your point, David, Black Sea withdraws back to Sev. I guess that's great negotiation on Jordan's part. And Jordan doesn't advance Ankara to the Black Sea, which is also kind of interesting from this position because that fleet doesn't have a hell of a lot else to do than go to the Black Sea, right? So it looks like whatever agreement that Russia had with Austria, they decided that's a sinking ship, so they're going to go and try to kill the Austrian by going down to Galicia. They're making their progress against the Germans. They're now in Munich. They're making plays for Kiel. This is all. Everything is coming up. Everything is coming up. Russia. England retakes Liverpool, which is, I guess, not positive for the Russian, but I think that's probably okay for them to lose that. That's not a center that they necessarily need right now. But yeah, I mean, this is good news. I can't quite tell. Is Italy able to? Oh, Italy is not retaking Naples. That support from Adriatic is not valid. So, yeah.
Well, I would just like to point out the multinational situation in France and Iberia, and nobody's trying to take anything. In fact, they can't even take anything. That's just a lot of empty territory. That's just kind of an amazing reaction to the Russian position, all those people going away from that area and going towards the Russian front.
I'm sort of shocked that France doesn't bother to take Portugal because now England is playing short. Now England has retaken their home center. They're at 3. They can't rebuild.
He thought the Germans were going to take Marseille, and he couldn't have built anyways.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
But still, I mean, he took the French took Greece. They don't have anywhere to build. So this is awesome. This is an incredibly cool game. And when have we ever seen this exact center arrangement before? I'm not sure I ever have.
I mean, we're only in 1906. All kinds of crazy stuff could happen in this. Right. So, and it's actually like look at how Jordan is looking at this point. He's now coming out of the box, and I mean, that French unit in Greece. It's kind of annoying to lose the center, but in the long run, it's not going to really make much of a difference. I mean. The Russians are now in Budapest. He walks out of Serbia, but he should be able to retake that in the fall. I'm assuming the Black Sea is an arranged bounce at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, Germany is just trying to hold on. They're back into the North Sea and up in Barents, which is going to be annoying for the Germans, but they've still got to deal with the Russians now in Holland, and how do you cover all of this stuff? It's going to
They're going to lose London. I mean, this is bad.
Yeah.
Do you know who gets advantage out of all this? Out of all kinds of chaos?
England.
A Turkey who's out of the box.
Yeah, Turkey who's out of the box, and England is back in the game. Remarkably, England's going to be +2 this turn, maybe.
Well, they can only build one, but yeah. Well, they don't take London, probably because they couldn't build for it.
Yeah. That makes sense.
He's supporting the English convoy to Norway.
Yeah, the convoying the English to Norway. I think it's you, David.
I mean, the German convoy.
I just have to pause and say this game is already one of my favorite ones this season. I would love to have been the fly on the wall for the negotiations in this. You can tell, especially in the West. I mean, the East, you can tell there has been some negotiation for sure, but the West is just delicious. I llove it.
I mean, you've got Austria now in Tunis. You got the Turks basically walking up the boot, right, and just walking into Rome for fun. I can't see it. I guess they're retaking Serbia. So I mean,
Serbia and the Austrians retreat to Trieste.
I mean, this is just glorious for Jordan. I mean, what a turn. What a turn for Turkey here. I mean, the RT is just in such great position. Even losing Munich here, they get Kiel. I mean, what are we at? We're at 9-8. I mean, this is just great for them. I mean, Germany's position isn't horrible, but on the other hand, they can't build. They're playing short, and they've lost 2 of their home centers. That is not good news, even though you got 8 centers.
Wait a minute. How did? Oh, never mind. I see. Never mind.
So, question for you. I know we need to go on, but this is such a fun state. I need to ask: does Jordan Connors build Army Smyrna and probably Army Khan and go against Russia here? Is that the play?
No. Fleet Smyrna Army Khan. No. You got at least 2 dots you can get without going after 3 dots actually that you can get without going after Russia, and you've got Russia tied up with Germany. They'll make gains, but they've still got to figure stuff out, and there's guesses and all of that kind of stuff. You do not stab Russia here. I'm not
sure that you need to build another fleet. You may think you're fleet heavy. You might want to hold a build.
Yeah, maybe you just build Army Khan and hold the other. That's possible. I could buy that because you got Bulgaria, but
it does it anyway. That's fine. I mean,
I'm happy with this. This is what I think. Yeah. Yep.
All right, David. We'll go ahead. We'll flip flop the order. Have you do this one?
Well, I mean, I am astounded by the comeback of England in this game. I don't really know what fleet in Mid Atlantic is going to do here, but England now has the North Sea again. They've got, I don't know what kind of arrangement everybody's got with all these centers that are owned in everybody else's countries. I have no idea, but I think it's fun. The Russian position is, I mean, it's precarious for a reason. I mean, you're straddling the stalemate line. Unless you've got allies, you can't do anything. He has no ally in the north. He's going to lose the position. I understand he took Munich. I understand that. But other than that, I mean, he's obviously losing Sweden. He's losing St. Pete, losing one of those fleets. I mean, the position is not going to be good in the long run. You know whose position is going to be good in the long run? Wait for it. Wait for it. Jordan Connors.
Goodness gracious. He didn't just lose St. Petersburg. He lost St. Pete to an army.
Yes. And his fleet was killed. I mean, this is I mean, you just can't you can't win that position with the Germans having English help and all that. It's just not possible. But you know, Austria takes Spain with a fleet, as one does.
That's what you do when you're Austria in this position.
As their last center, because they walk out of Venice. They can't hold it anyway. They walk out of it. So the last center in this game for Austria, the fall of 1908, is Spain. Makes perfect for this game. It's supported in by the Italians, who's also been attacking him and back and forth.
The French build. Hey.
Wait a minute. What other Austria? Oh, they still own Tunis. I see. Never mind. So they did that army that walked out is relevant. Okay. All right. You're up, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is the turn where Russia is no longer useful for Jordan, right? I mean, at this point, it's like, okay, Russia is like, okay, I got to pull my units back. I mean, this even could be like Russia saying, well, I'm so mad at Germany that I'm going to just let Turkey take all this stuff. I mean, who knows what the dynamic is, but, you know, Russia's no use to Jordan anymore. Jordan's just like, okay, Romania, Budapest, you know, Vienna, Sev, those are all my dots. So I'm just going to go claim them while I still have time to do so before the end of this game. And that's what they do. And so they advance up. They're going to set up to take Venice as well. They're going to advance that fleet from Tyrrhenian to Western Med because they can. And elsewhere in the board, I don't think there's a whole lot going on in the West. England kind of pushing around, probably going to retake the last of their home centers. So very nice. Very nice.
Amazing.
Yeah, so indeed. So this is like going to be like a +3 or 4 or something for Jordan. I think it's a +4 for Jordan. And terrible, obviously, turn for the Russian. But this will be interesting. I'm curious to see the builds because I think that will be informative towards what Russia's thinking was. Was it actually, I'm not going to really defend against Jordan, or was it more, you know, I have to pull back to defend against Germany, and I'm hoping Turkey won't come in on me. And it's kind of probably more I was defending everything that I could because we don't see everything pull. Jordan builds 3 armies, as one does in this position. I actually think that's probably right. I don't. Well, maybe you want one more fleet. I don't know.
I can't imagine this game is going to go
Maybe
much
it's not
longer.
long. Maybe it's not long. Oh, it's going. It's ending right here. He's at 13.
Because it's not like he's going to solo in the time allowed, so you might as well just.
He's got 2 more dots on the board. He's got 2 more dots on the board, and maybe it's not worth it to keep playing just to take 7.
He's just here to have fun, that guy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was delight. One of the best games that I've seen this year, and really, really fun, entertaining. Thank you.
You know, I miss that he's in the Mid-Atlantic. So whoever made the comment, it's going to be hard for Turkey to get across the line. Well, you know, if this is a time unlimited game, maybe you do put another fleet down there if you're Turkey, because that fleet in Mid-Atlantic is just going to be like dancing around in the north. So.
Well, if it's a time unlimited game, it might have been played differently too, so it's hard to really know.
Yeah.
People might have cared more about preventing that if it was a time unlimited game.
Jordan Connors, congratulations! Really, really impressive. We saw a little bit of chaos there in the mid game, very entertaining, and Jordan showed he knew how to take advantage of that. A couple of shout outs. First of all, Classic Belarus coming back from losing all their home centers to ending this game at 5 centers. That is a hard fought 5 centers. There's a lot of diplomacy going on. Dominique Stevens, I was introduced to Dominique this month as a player. We were talking about him in Rookie Watch on Countdown. Really, really impressive. I know McCallus pointed out a couple of times he had some very strong tactics, and I feel like the alliance that he and Nicholas had in the early game was just dominant, very impressive. And Nicholas Lawton, I think, deserves some recognition. A really, really strong early game. I think that maybe eyes got a little bigger than the stomach kind of situation there towards the end game. A little bit of patience there. I think this could have been a very different result, but I was really impressed with what I saw in the early game there. So really fun game. Thank you all for watching, and I will ask, as usual, if you enjoyed it, go ahead and give the broadcast a quick like and say thanks to our players, to our broadcasters, and all that really does help spread the word. And with that, let's get to our next game. Go ahead and transition us over here. And with that, we're going to go ahead and give David a break. Thank you, David. And Adam, we'll have you as lead, and we're going to welcome Brandon back onto the broadcast. Welcome, Brandon.
Hey, guys.
And Adam, would you introduce our players?
Sure. We have what looks like a new player in Austria, Ket, and we don't know where they're at. England, number 1 DBNI ranked player right now, Michalis Kamaritis from UK. France, Christian Brown from Illinois. Germany, Captain Gaming. Italy is Isaac Ukes from Great Britain. Russia is Teague Epright from Philly. And Turkey is Justin Lohr, our first-ranked VDL player from Los Angeles. So some good firepower in this game, absolutely, and some newer players as well. So should be good.
All right. Go ahead and get right into it. Spring of 1901.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look. So I think the notable things is the lack of the bounce in Galicia. Instead, Austria opting to move Vienna to Trieste to keep the Italians out. That definitely strikes as something that may or may not have been arranged, typically not, and could suggest lack of AI on the same page early in the game. Bounce in Black Sea, as we normally see. Russians move north to St. Petersburg. Since they didn't bounce in Galicia, they are enabled to do that. And not a lot of action elsewhere. It's kind of typical stuff with the Germans, French, and the English. Okay, in the fall, it looks like the Austrians are clearly letting the Italians into Trieste because they opt to move to Budapest, not even Galicia in this case. They're they make this interesting choice of having Serbia supports Ukraine into Romania, thereby enabling the Russians to bounce the Black Sea. That's a big risk taking that as Austria, but it pays out for Kep because they do walk into Greece without getting bounced, and they're making themselves a little bit of an ally in Russia, building some trust there. So that could be very positive for them. Meanwhile, bounce in Belgium from the French and the Germans, and the English just do the normal thing and support themselves into Norway to make sure they're getting a build. Oh, I should mention that the Russians got bounced out of Sweden, which is something we don't see that much. I think that was very common for a very long time in the diplomacy meta, and I would say it's much less so now.
Do I jump in with a little commentary, or we just keep?
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ahead,
I think so. For me, the real interesting thing in 1901 was Austria and Italy. What's going on between them? There was a bounce in Trieste in the spring, not in the fall. And Isaac Jukes took Tunis with the fleet, not with the army. So if Austria was hoping to get something out of giving Trieste, they didn't get it. And on top of not getting the moves in the fall, they also got a new army in Venice. So sure looks like Italy is not happy with Austria and now has the upper hand. All right, what happens with that? Well, not a whole lot. We see Austria and Russia teaming up against Turkey to take Bulgaria, while Isaac does not put the new army to any specific use. So it's possible that everything is copacetic between Austria and Italy. Interesting, though, Austria is not going to get a dot here this year, apparently. So look for the fall, see if Ket gets a little bit antsy. In the north, we have England, McAuliffe going into the Barents Sea, which is very anti-Russian. McAuliffe clearly not happy with that northern opening. And we have Germany taking Belgium. So sure looks like E and G are getting along, and F might be looking for a friend very soon.
Normally, the conversation between Russia and Austria in this position is, hey, Austria says, why don't you support me into Bulgaria, right? It's unusual to see Russia take it. My thought was that they were that Austria was setting up to take attack Trieste with 3 in the fall, but that looks like that's not the case. Why don't you take us through it, Brandon?
Yeah, so this is a turn where everyone in the East says, sorry, Austria, goodbye. And the result is the convoying a multinational effort of Constantinople into Greece. So Italy and Ionian supports this. But curiously, Italy does not sort of get the other units in position to do anything against Austria. So this is a diplomatic failure between Austria and Italy that enables the number 1 ranked player in the league, Justin Lohr, to get that army out of there, which will enable Justin to stay at 4 because they are still losing Bulgaria. Elsewhere, we have Italy bouncing Christian Brown out of Western Mediterranean. So correctly anticipated France coming down here and at least held them off for 1 turn. Otherwise, we have a bounce in Burgundy, which could be arranged. It requires 6 units collectively between the two to arrange that. While we have German and English units moving towards St. Petersburg. So this is an interesting alliance structure, which I will let Adam talk about.
Well, Brandon, the thing that I'm most curious about is this decision by Justin to do this convoy to Greece, because he could have done the more, obvious thing and just supported himself into Bulgaria, which in this case, there was nothing behind Bulgaria to support it, and that would have gone. This is a very awkward position for the Austrians. Now, on one hand, maybe you're saying, like, I'm happy to roll the IT in this position, right? And maybe that's what's going to happen. But it wasn't Italy supporting him into Greece. It was Russia.
They both did, I believe, yeah.
I think Italy supported Aegean, which has no effect, right? I think that's the order I saw.
Oh, can you show us? Those are important distinctions. No, they both supported Con into Greece. Yeah.
You're correct. Okay, so maybe you're taking this deal because you're feeling like you can rock an IT, and you'll deal with Bulgaria next year now that you have it completely surrounded, and it's just some way to get out of that box.
Yeah, or an RT, and I was willing to go along. I mean, this is a lovely place for Justin to be because Justin has choices now.
Yeah.
And Bulgaria should go back to him, even if it's an RT. And
Yeah,
they
because
move
put Bulgaria in
forward.
Serbia or something like that, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
So two things for you both. First, we've got a comment I wanted to bring up. Stupid Flanders saying Sweden crime is a crime against tactics. How do you guys feel about that?
Sorry, was that for the spring or the follow one attempt to convoy?
All, yep.
So I suspect Teague didn't expect it to get in, and yeah, I mean that's all the units he has in the north. Yeah, the fall 1901, I assume, was just a sort of fun way to bounce the German fleet.
And then the other one, this is a scenario that I see come up often, and I am not sure how I feel. If you are, this is tactics around whether Aegean should cut Ionian to help France gain Tunis, or should they ignore that and allow Italy to defend? Does Turkey want...
I think if you're Turkey in this position, you want to keep options open, and tapping Ionian is not a way to keep options open for yourself here, right? I think it's not like you have the firepower in this position to actually make a full assault on Italy. So I don't think that's what you do in this position, right? I mean, I think you're pretty neutral in the IF kind of situation, and you're trying to still work with Italy, at least for the moment, in the Balkans, right? And then ultimately you can make a decision. But what's your advantage? What advantage are you getting by helping France here? I don't see it.
Yeah, if you're Turkey, your goal here is to eliminate Austria and then decide what direction to go.
Wow.
So Adam, what are we looking at here?
So, some really interesting play. I mean, these are some interesting choices by Justin. I'm suspecting Aegean is supporting Ionian to Greece, not the army, or he wasn't. Doesn't look like he was expecting the Italian convoy. Can we see what that actual order was? It was, yeah, he was expecting the fleet, because I think if you're Turkey in this position and you're pushing up to Serbia, you don't necessarily want an Italian army there. But that's what he gets. So we'll see how that reacts. It does suggest here that RT are largely on the same page. There's an agreed upon bounce in Romania. They let the Austrian kick the Italian out of Trieste. I mean, this is all of this points to an RT, with maybe Justin still trying to play both sides. But I think that Isaac's decision to convoy instead of the agreed upon fleet move to Greece is probably going to lead to him being the odd person out. Elsewhere, the Germans are now full out against the Russians. They are basically shifting everything into Prussia, Silesia, trusting the French, who just self-bounce in Burgundy. This is very Western Tripoli in the West, right? We've got England up going over the top, and France now going all out against the Italians in the south. So definitely very sort of Western Tripoli moves, which maybe makes sense against the RT, though that's always, not horrible news. Well, excuse me, what RT? I guess we don't have an RT, because I think there was an agreed upon bounce in Armenia that Justin decided to use to get a free convoy into Sev. That is the kind of trickery that one does when you have agreed upon bounces. And this is maybe a good lesson for folks that, agreed bounces are not always the best way or the safest way to play this game, right?
This might be agreed. It wouldn't be surprising if Teague said, "Look, my game is shot. Why don't you guys take dots?"
Really? Okay, fine. I'm surprised by that, but okay. Wow. Far out. Okay.
I think we'd all agree with this one. So
looks like in the East-West, in Teague is between England and Germany. He's choosing to stymie England, and not defend
I'm
against
just
Germany.
surprised because it's a tough position for Russia, but it's not the kind of position where I'm quite ready to throw dots to Turkey. I'm going to say, you know what? Let's keep doing this. I'm going to pull my fleet in the south if I need to, and I'm going to go all out against the Germans. You need my armies up north to hold a balance. I'm very surprised that this is premature for I think Russia to be throwing dots, but so it goes. But good news for Justin Lohr, who builds 2. Go ahead, Brandon.
All right, I am going to look at the East first and try to make some sense of it. It looks like Justin Lohr has made a move here, which is to turn against the Italian and retake Bulgaria.
Are you sure about that? Because he's also supporting the Tyrrhenian Sea, and that looks like it might have been arranged for the Bulgaria to go to Serbia. No.
My suspicion is that Justin could support Italy against the French while also taking dots from the backside. That wouldn't, but this could also be agreed as well. Austria. What is clear, however, is that Austria has some life. Has retaken Serbia here and won't necessarily keep it because the Italians and Turks, if they are still working together, have 3 armies against that. And as long as Russia is still on their side, then they won't have to worry about that. But the interesting thing is what's happened in the West, where we have England and Germany clearly turning on France. There's no way to read these moves as anything but McAuliffe, England, goes to the English Channel. Captain Gaming in Germany supports himself into Burgundy. Which works because Marseille has gone to Piedmont. So Christian Brown has left himself completely open, and let's see what kind of defense he's able to play.
If you're Germany here, are you annoyed at England for putting the fleet rather than the army into St. Petersburg?
Probably, yeah. And here you see why you might have been right to be worried, because McAuliffe lowers the boom on Germany. This is cutthroat shark, vicious shark teeth, 3 rows of sharpened shark teeth digging into flesh.
I mean, I'm sniffing this as soon as I see the way he took St. Petersburg. There is no way you take St. Petersburg that way if you're working an EG. You take it with the army, right? Because you're pushing down that army the other way.
Yeah, that's a good
catch.
This
is wow, brutal. I
hadn't seen it. So yeah, McAuliffe takes 2, Belgium and Holland, and Belgium wasn't a given. That army did not have to move, but Captain Gaming was going all out against France, fully trusting McAuliffe, who probably thought that this was his best opportunity. Wasn't going to get another opportunity as good as this. In the East, we do have Italy and Turkey continuing to work together. So that army that was forced into Bulgaria is now passing through Bulgaria, going into Serbia. So I believe Italy is going to get a build here, which is quite delightful for Isaac Jukes.
+3 for McAuliffe in England. There's not a lot of opportunities to go up +3. I don't disagree with that.
Yep.
No surprises from the build there. McAuliffe is going to consolidate in the north and try to. I'm sorry, I'm overstepping my bounds.
I mean, I think if you're England in this position, you're looking at this and saying, okay, it's only 1905. What can I count as centers? Sweden, Denmark, Kiel, Berlin, without a lot of effort, right? Those are the things that I'm first shooting for. And then I'm at 11 dots, which probably is going to be enough for a board top. Now, can I get bigger than that? I'm going to have to probably, be getting armies into the continent or moving on France. But okay, let me make my position clear. Let me make sure I have that corner so that I have the position to start moving units elsewhere. But I've got to lock that down first. And that's indeed what it looks, at least to me, like McAuliffe is doing first before he starts to jump into other directions with these moves.
He should have trouble holding on to Belgium and possibly Holland during that time, but he may be able to get them back later.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In the east, it looks like Turkey is shifting up into the Adriatic, which I can only assume, and Greece is going up to Albania. I mean, I think they're still just trying to dig out the Austrians, which I guess they should be able to do at this point, pending whatever France ultimately is doing in Tyrolia, which is probably attacking Germany. Indeed, that is the case. So the French take Munich. This is, very much falling into what McAuliffe wants to see. I mean, he does lose Belgium, but I mean, he's making progress elsewhere on the map. He gets another army up into Scandinavia. The Russians retake Warsaw, so Germany's going to be not actually building as a result of that. He does get wrong in the north, so that Sweden covers Denmark, and he doesn't actually take one of the Scandinavian centers, but I don't think that's going to hurt him in the long run. In the east, we've got Italy taking Tunis. I think that's Justin throwing Italy a bone here. Actually, Justin is really helping Italy out because he's putting Italy into both Tunis and Trieste, which is kind of fascinating, since he should have been able to take a dot for himself.
Is it Bulgaria?
It's Bulgaria. He's trading. He's getting Bulgaria for his troubles. So yeah.
Yeah, this is another example of excellent Turkish play. I mean, in harmony with the first game we saw, patient, letting other people move forward, and then getting in position to go behind them. Justin is in gorgeous position to top this board.
Yeah, I really like what he's doing with keeping the units in position to just with centers behind that are just not defended. He's got Greece there. He's got the Austrian centers there. He's got Trieste. And ultimately, he's even got potentially Italian centers if he can keep pushing those Italian fleets forward against France.
Well, and Warsaw and Moscow kind of whenever he wants them. So, yeah. This is fantastic. I would want to be Justin on this board.
Yeah.
All right. So, what happens in the meantime? We have Justin taking Budapest, getting in position to have units in lovely places. He'll have to guard against Sevastopol being taken here, but he should have the units to do it. The move to Albania is interesting, and that can really only be anti-Italian. It's hard to it will be hard to sell that, whether it matters to Isaac or not. I mean, that unit can only take Trieste or Greece. In the west, we have Belgium being taken by the French, and some dipsy doodle in the German centers. Is that right? No, it's just McAuliffe advancing, taking Sweden, getting into Denmark, and into Kiel. So he may not be able to hold all three of those, but should hold at least two, and has a good chance of holding all three, especially with Munich around.
As long as the French are still getting pressure from the Italians, I think McAuliffe is good from the perspective of being able to continue working with the French. I'm incredibly surprised. The Albania move is very surprising to me, but I mean, as you said, it looks like he's moving against the Italian, and indeed walks into 3 Italian. This is a +4 for
This is presumably a stab. It may not be. Top quality diplomacy players can negotiate something like this, and with a player in Isaac's position who probably felt like he was being squeezed this whole game, he might be fine with Justin doing this. McAuliffe has held on to all three of Sweden, Denmark, and Kiel, which is really good for him. Keeps him in the hunt to compete with Justin here. I think Justin has too much of a positional advantage over the centers around him, more so than McAuliffe does with the centers around him. But yeah, this is just a race between the corner powers at this point.
And we're only at the end of 1906, so
only at the end of 1906.
If they want to keep playing, this can go on for a while. So we bid goodbye to Austria here, and Germany is, I guess, down to 1. So this is like a 5-power game. Will be, with a minor Russia. It'd be interesting to see, or I guess it's a 5-power game. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that plays.
That's a second +4 build of the night for Turkey, and showing I don't know what I'm talking about. There is another opportunity for another +3 build in England by McAuliffe. So, Wicked Witches going up strong.
Right, we said they don't come around too often. Right?
Yeah, it's like
apparently they do. At this point, honestly, if I'm McAuliffe, I'm hoping this game ends, or something strange happens. But this is Adam. It's all you.
Sure. So in the east, Justin's trying to just pull his position out. He's taking Venice. He's getting his fleets out to the Ionian and just advancing his army position. I think the problem that Justin is now going to have is that Michalis and France are still aligned, and now you have France pushing through Munich into places like Bohemia, which can only be there for the purposes of causing trouble for Justin, right? But it looks like Justin and Teague may still be on the same page here, which will be helpful if he still has the Russian on side. Meanwhile, Michalis is he takes Berlin, which is really his last center, unless he moves on somebody, whether that's the Russian through now having an army in St. Petersburg, or it's on France at some point. Brest.
I think it's the Russian dots. I think this game could be decided by the Russian dots.
But Brest getting a support into the English Channel is very interesting to me. That suggests that not that Christian is necessarily attacking Michalis, but suggests at least that he's not trusting Michalis to not be out to stab him.
I think that's right. Christian can be a cautious player, and that's I think evidence of that. Sorry, it's all you, man.
No, that's fine. And it looks like Justin is in this position. Okay, he convoys to Apulia, which seems like the right thing to do. He makes the wrong guess over Venice Trieste and covers the wrong one, so he's going to be losing one this turn, but continues to advance his arm. Oh no, he's not losing one because he takes Vienna, so he should be even. Continues to advance the armies. Again, it still looks to me. I'm trying to figure out what Russia's doing here. It's odd to me that he's moving out of Moscow with the English army here. That suggests that maybe he is on board for attacking Justin. I don't know.
I can only read it that way. I think with an army in St. Petersburg, you don't leave Moscow unless you're okay with England taking that.
Yeah, but if that's really what Michalis wanted, why not? Why didn't he just put the fleet there?
The great convoy failure of 1907. Yeah, there's a failed convoy into North Africa. Although I don't know why. If you're, I see. He actually goes to Tuscany. So Michalis did want to do it, but there was a miscommunication.
Well, he would have had to get an Italian unit convoying him, which wasn't going to happen because Tyrrhenian Sea was covering Naples. He could have gotten all the French units convoy, and West didn't do it either. So
yeah, if you're Michalis, I don't know why you would want to have an army in North Africa unless you just want Tunis and.
Well, he's going for Tuscany.
I know, but if why you would even anyway, the big news here for 1907 is that Michalis has done a brilliant job here of getting both Christian and Teague apparently to Christian certainly to work with him. But Teague apparently to also work with him. So now you have all four powers working against Justin. This is a diplomatic victory for Michalis over Justin.
Yeah.
And the tactical you Adam, you identified some of the tactics that Justin had lost, tactical guesses that Justin had lost in 1908. And here they're coming home to roost a little bit because you don't want a fleet in Trieste, you want an army there. And he's lost Vienna because of it. On the other hand, he has taken Venice, got another army into Apulia, onto the boot. So that's really good for him. They'll have lots of options over there. And as expected, as we thought, Teague is moving against Justin. And Justin does a nice job here of booting him out of Galicia. After Turkish stab of Italy was the line I told him not to cross. I'm not sure why Teague would wonder. Would care about that, but I'm sure that made sense within the context of the game. I think so Michalis actually moves the fleet to Norwegian Sea here, moves London to Wales. I think which you could argue that it's needed to cover Liverpool, but that fleet moving from Barents to Norwegian Sea, I think, is the thing that Christian Brown should be looking at and wondering about.
Yep.
But it goes back to Edinburgh, so that's good. Good negotiation on Christian's part. Christian takes Tunis here, which is interesting. Helps Italy back into Venice here. So that's quite important actually, because it means that Justin not only loses a dot because he's not able to retake Vienna, but also loses a unit that's right on the front line. Let's see here. So Vienna doesn't get retaken, and Michalis gets into Galicia. which is very, very important. Also moves back from Moscow to St. Petersburg, which is just good diplomacy. It keeps those 2 Russian units, which are right on the front line. And this McCallus kind of has this game now, right where he wants it.
Well, do you still give a strong advantage to McCallus over Christian though from this position?
Yes, because McCallus's units are in better places to take things, and McCallus can stab Christian, not the other way around at this point. These 2 builds are interesting, though. We'll see what happens.
I mean, that answers that. I was curious if you just put a fleet breast there just to keep things honest, which maybe, but we don't.
Yeah, that's a negotiation that I'm assuming McCallus and Christian probably talked about that. If not, they should have. But if they did and McCallus was able to negotiate it, that's a big diplomatic win.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole point I think that Brandon's making. Now you've got Holland going down to Ruhr, right? So now Christian is moving things out of position that would potentially allow McCallus to take dots like Holland and so forth. But Christian is trying to advance his units. He goes up to Tuscany, out to Tyrrhenian. I think Marseille going to Spain is probably just saying, like, I'm going to have something covering Mao. While I advance the other fleets. Meanwhile, Justin goes into turtle mode, basically supporting everything. Looks like he's trying to get Italy on that page as well, telling Isaac probably, okay, I can't advance anymore. Why don't you and I try to stick together so we can hold as much as we can?
I wonder if there was a draw vote here.
I'm wondering if that's coming.
If you're McCallus, you don't take it.
Oh no, absolutely not. But the Italian and Turkish orders feel draw-ish.
I certainly think that Justin and Isaac are going to be on the same page at this stage.
Oh,
wow. Okay, shows what I know. There you go.
This is surprising. I was expecting McCallus to take Warsaw here.
Wow.
Hey, I mean, we saw, like Brandon, you said early, I think that the Russian centers might make the difference here. And in this game, we clearly see that Teague and McCallus were able to get on the same page eventually. And that is, I think, probably one of the main differences we're seeing in the outcome.
Christian Brown, though, has taken Rome and is now in position to win this game. And I think McCallus has let him get too big. So Adam's concern last year, I think, has come to fruition.
Yeah, there's the there's the fleet line. I mean, it has to happen here, right? I mean, there's nothing else you can do here other than say, okay, we're getting to the last 2 years. What does it go? This game goes to 1912.
It's a time limit. It's not a fixed year.
But you got to figure it's pushing close where there's maybe a year or 2 years, something like that.
Most games in 1910. So this will likely be the last year. If they're playing fast, it can be 1911, 1912.
Yeah, so this will be interesting to see how what kind of decisions are made here. Yeah. And Christian is supporting himself, into the English Channel. McCallus is going to the Helgoland. So this is kind of all out.
Oh.
We are fully against one another here. And interesting. And McCallus is supporting Justin into
Vienna.
He's knocking Christian down, which potentially puts Justin on the top instead of Christian, unless I guess McCallus can now at least make a play for Warsaw. I guess it will depend on what happens in the fall.
I'll be shocked if McCallus doesn't take Warsaw, but he can no longer take Holland. He waited too long to do this.
He can't take Holland. And he can't take Munich in this position. So he takes Warsaw, and I guess that makes it 11-11 with Justin. So that seems to be where it's going.
Yeah, we can go ahead. I'm a little surprised that McCallus went this route because he's going to draw. He's going to tie with Justin rather than with his
Romania. Oh no! Justin loses Romania. McCallus is going to have a solo top because Justin's going to be even at 10.
All right, well done.
Wow, nicely played, McCallus. That was down to the wire.
Wow. So McCallus pulls out 11-10-10. Is that right?
That's what it looks like. Let's see the count. And maybe we have another year. I don't know, but I think McCallus is probably going to hold out with what he's taken if he does go another year.
McCallus is saying he made sure the game didn't go another year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder if this was his plan. It's brilliant. It does feel like he threaded the needle here. Well done.
This was another fabulous game tonight. Very different from the one we just saw.
I mean, this is just beautiful by all three players. I mean, McCallus, pulled it out, which was brilliant. But you've got to hand it to Christian and Justin for really just, fighting it out. And I mean, these are such hard positions to play from. And the fact that things went up and down and up and down. I mean, what a cool finish.
Yeah, I think there's a commonality here between this and the first game, which is that both Jordan and McCallus made really important diplomatic moves at just the right time. In Jordan's game, it was getting Russia to back off. So Russia had the position over him, and he got Russia to back off and join with him against Austria. Whereas I think if Russia had stuck with Austria and taken Jordan out, then that game would have gone differently. Here, McCallus, when Justin exploded, got everybody on board against him, and that's a diplomatic turn. We thought he dithered too long with making a move, but he did it at just the right time.
Yeah, sounds like our commentary of your your DB&I victory. So I think that's something good players do, and I think it does come into the games where you've got some concept about where the time limit's going to be. McCall is saying in the comments that he was managing the clock and his box checking for 4 years to prepare for this. So this dithering, so to speak, was very intentional and was 4 years in the making at least. So good job by McCallus. And I was very impressed with Christian Brown's play this game. I think this was one of the most complete games that I've seen from him. We've seen some flashy games, and he used to be the player that was just caused chaos and could take advantage. But this, I felt like, was a really, really good, well-rounded play by Christian.
Yeah, he came close. He came very close. I'd have to go back and look at the tactics to see. Obviously, having the unit in Vienna farther away so he couldn't consolidate was a problem. But
for Justin, I feel like the main thing that held him back was that fleet Trieste. If that had been an army, this would have been such a different game. And I need to go back to see if that was even possible. It might not be, but man, if it had been possible, that could have been a big difference.
Yeah, I'll actually say that the diplomatic task was one that, with keeping Teague on site, was actually the thing that ultimately cost him, failing to keep Teague on site, I should say.
All right, well, let's do another one. We're going to give Adam a break. Adam, thank you. David, we will add you to the stage. Welcome back.
David.
Who knew that relations with the small fry on the board could really make the difference in the game? That is often true.
I would say almost always true in my experience.
It's almost like this is a game of relationships.
Gosh, I don't know why you got to say stuff like that.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I thought I had it and I didn't. So we'll pretend like I did. Here we go. VDL 198. Just a quick reminder, if you are enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give it a like. Again, that really does help share the word. We do appreciate it. And VDL 198, Jean Lans. David, can you tell me how
Jean Long, who is I think one of Napoleon's marshals, as they were talking about.
I think we've definitely had a Napoleon theme with these boards. I'm curious who did the naming, because I would love to have that conversation.
Brian, I think this game is still ongoing, isn't it?
You're right. I think we should wait on this one. This is a teaser, a little to keep our audience interested while we go switch over to our feature league. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Why don't David, Brandon, if you don't mind, we just saw two really different games, but very high quality games, I think, in my opinion. If you could kind of recap and contrast those two games while I get our next one going.
Yeah, David, the point that I made at the end there was that both of these games were like there was a pivotal diplomatic moment for the two players who ended up topping the board, where they had made a move and they got other players on the board to do things in their favor. Certainly in Jordan's case, I think he got Russia to do something that wasn't in Russia's favor. With this McCollis's game, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about that, actually, because I think Justin had taken the lead, was looking to explode. So it might actually have been in everyone else's favor to team up against him.
Yes, it's without knowing exactly how the negotiations went, it's hard to necessarily contrast the two situations. But I will say that to me, both of them seemed like they were playing very patiently, even given the fairly high tempo game that was being played that first one. It wasn't really Turkey that was getting so big, but they got out of the box relatively early. So even though it was kind of a high tempo game, I felt like Jordan was very patient, and we can see that McCullis was very patient in that game. Sometimes striking and having a high tempo is important, and sometimes being patient is important. But the most important thing, relationship, not just with the other major powers on the board, but the smaller powers on the board, which I think was a key to both of those games. It wasn't just Jordan getting Russia to do things when Russia was big that helped Jordan. It was Jordan's relationship with the other smaller powers and getting them to go in the direction he wanted them to go that allowed him to top that first board.
Well, I think those are both games are worth going back and rewatching. Definitely some stuff you could learn from. And I am hoping to learn from these games. Tonight, our feature league is the Olympus Season II Extended Deadline Tournament. In the Season 1 tournament, that was by far one of the most competitive extended deadline tournaments that I have ever seen. And by all accounts, this edition is every bit as competitive, if not even more so. The format of this event will seem kind of familiar to those who are familiar with the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. There were some preliminary rounds, then it moved on to some first chance and then last chance boards. For first chance that we covered back in the March or April broadcast, and then we're now covering the last chance games, the 3 last chance games, and the final. So the winners of the 4 first chance games and the winners of the 3 last chance games will compete for the top board. That's kind of a semifinal round, and then in the finals will determine the champion. So really excited to see this. One of my favorite things about extended deadline is your players tend to have more time to consider their moves. A lot of times there's sandboxing and things going on while players really figure out, if I do this, then this will happen, that you may not have time for in a face-to-face or a virtual kind of game. So a lot of times the level from a tactical standpoint can be pretty high since everybody has a little more time to consider their moves. And one of the complaints that I have with the extended deadline is, and I've benefited from this, somebody who is able to write good press tends to do really well. But once you get into an event like this, that's the beauty of the Olympus tournament, is everybody to get to this level is good at press. So this is not going to be a situation where you've got just one person who can write eloquently and everybody else is like, sure, I'll do that. These players are here to win. They know how to play. They know how to communicate. We're going to see some of the best extended deadline players competing with each other. I'm really excited. All right. Well, first up, we've got Last Chance 1. All of the Olympus games are named after Greek gods, I believe, or figures from mythology. So here we have Demeter, and in Austria of Not the Droids, England, Gordon McNeil, France, Nick Volps, Germany, Jason Bennett, Italy, Maxine Popov, Russia, Scott Aravant, and Turkey, we have Gauch. Brandon, anything you can say about any of these players?
Well, I remember Maxim from the first season, the first virtual season at the beginning of the pandemic, was had a Russian name and was a Russia specialist, kept winning best Russias. tournaments and made it into the first DBNI, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's good to see Maxime back on a board.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we'll continue with our format. We're going to move quickly through these. These games do go longer than our virtual diplomacy games. I don't recall if there is a hard stop, but most of our games will go into the 1912-ish range. So we'll just keep that in mind for pacing.
I think it might be a 1912 limit. I think Bob is joining us, so he or someone else in the comments can tell us.
Yep, I believe that I saw that. I just don't want to misspeak, but I think that based on what I've observed, it's likely. So, all right, spring 1901.
So that also means you want David and me to not
Yes,
linger too much.
I was really talking to you.
All right, 1901. We have a pretty standard play all around. We have a little bit of a Hood Hog-esque opening in France with Paris going to Picardy and Marseille going to Burgundy. So obviously making a play for Belgium there. And we have a bounce in Tyrolia. Everything else is relatively standard. In the spring, we have, fall rather, we have Venice getting into Tyrolia with support from Vienna, which is fun, especially given that Russia has gone to Galicia. So you might think that Not the Droids, in retrospect, wishes he had done something else with Vienna, wishes they had done something else. Goish in Turkey turns on Russia here and definitely goes into an aggressive anti-Russia mode here. So you have to wonder if we're going to see an AT or maybe even an AIT, rather rare Eastern triple. In the West, sorry, really quickly, we do have France getting Belgium uncontested, and apparently I think had some sense that that was going to happen. So Burgundy just takes a pot shot at Munich, while England bounces Germany out of Holland. So we do have an EF Leviathan in play here.
Indeed.
Yeah, David, anything you want to add? I'll let you just add at the end of every.
It's good that Jason didn't bounce the Russians out of Sweden because he's going to need the Russians here, it looks like. Or the French could build a fleet in Marseille.
And slow play.
Slow play.
Or not.
Well, I mean, I guess as opposed to building what? Because they do have an EF, so they wanted to not build in Brest.
Yeah, of course.
Good tactics here on the part of Jason. Best he can do is just block Ruhr. There's nothing he can do about Holland, given that the convoy can happen this way. Russians actually do take Norway. That we'll see if Gordon knew that was happening or whether that was some kind of deal. In the East, I mean, the thing that jumps out at me is that we've got an Astro-Turk alliance, don't we? We've got a little AT action going on here with Romania and Venice both falling.
Yeah, AT without the I, as it happens.
Well, you did, and then Austria gave it back and lost Greece in the bargain.
This was, I don't think giving Venice back was intended. I think this is an unwelcome support.
They tried to support. Yes, yep. They tried to self-bounce, and the Italians said, "Oh, that's choice." You always like it when that happens in a game.
Yeah, that's when you
pull it off. I mean,
unless when you're not the droids.
Yeah, when you pull that off, you just it's just chef's kiss. The moves come up and you just go, oh yes.
Now Jason does wish that he had supported that move to Ruhr instead. I'm not really sure why you would go to Burgundy there. I think you would go ahead and support the move to Ruhr to try to bounce that move.
Yeah, 100%. But the EF definitely makes progress here, and the alliance structure in the East possibly changes here.
Yeah, it could be some kind of IT now, maybe.
Well, that's what I was thinking until I saw that Fleet Smyrna.
Oh yeah, I just saw that too. That's not an IT build at all.
Yeah, this might be a case where Maxim got a little snookered, or Goish just decided to change their minds. I think these players are allowed to negotiate during build phases.
I think so.
Yeah, this is still very AT-ish, as you can tell.
Yeah, if someone could confirm that for us in the comments, whether negotiations during builds are allowed. Yeah, AT is fully on track here. That might also have been a plan to get them another fleet. You know, this coordination between Austria and Turkey, using the Ionian fleet for a little cover. But so the AT gets into Sevastopol, gets in position to take Venice, which is more than guaranteed. In the west, we have EF, I believe, making progress. England is kicked out of Denmark, but has a lovely retreat to Baltic. So the English fleet position is lovely.
I do think France slow playing with respect to the Italians makes a lot of sense. And keep the Italians in play to try to slow the AT down. France can come in there later or decide they're going to go the other direction.
Yeah, it's a nice position to be in because you've got options, and you've got centers, you've got growth potential in the center of the pitch, which comes to fruition with Munich right away. It doesn't even have to support themselves into Munich. This is, I think, is some of the tactical nuance that we can see in an extended deadline that we may not see as readily in live play that Brian was talking about, where Nick has figured out doesn't even need to support Ruhr. Doesn't even need to support Burgundy into Munich, so can use that army for something else. And surely that was gleaned through negotiations. England, really lovely, takes Denmark back, gets into Sweden, so is +1. Not going to worry too much about that Russian fleet in Norway. In the east, and France does go into the Mediterranean here, which England is probably happy to see, but as we know, that could be turned around fairly quickly. Austria gets into Venice, which was no surprise. Also puts Turkey into the Ionian, and Turkey takes Romania.
That's so they can each get one build and put a friendly army against Ukraine. I think this was all arranged.
You're right.
I see Galicia and Romania, so I'm not sure what that was about. Because Austria's going up 2, so the theory was they each build one here. I'm not saying it was a good or bad theory, but I think that was the theory.
Sevastopol supports Bulgaria to Romania, so we have to think. You're right. Since Austria is going +2, going down 1 from Romania is fine, and it's good to have that unit there. This is Astro Turk versus Leviathan.
Love to see it.
Well, if the Leviathan stays together, it's going to be hard for the AT. I mean, France is already there, so it's going to be hard for them to make enough progress. So we'll see if that encourages anybody to stab their alliance partner.
Yeah, and I think Turkey is the one you'd keep an eye on. Turkey is the one that can stab the ally without that has
Frankly,
a lot to
I think
gain.
France could do it too if they wanted to. I mean, we'll see.
At this point, yeah.
Or either now or shortly thereafter.
All right, we have the army build in Budapest, not Trieste, which is, I suppose, with the army in Galicia, that's not a problem.
Oh, here comes the French.
There we go.
Yep.
I thought so because the Holland was just probably out there to be taken. So they did that. And the convoy was coming out of Edinburgh. So you think you're going to come in the back door and there's nobody there. And that's exactly what's happening.
That is tough. This is you, I believe, David.
Yeah. I think the French have just cut a deal with the Italians anyway. I mean, they were there not really to attack anything. They were just there to help, and they're going into the Mediterranean.
They were there to look like they were doing something.
To menace. I mean, that just goes to show you how close, for example, Liverpool and Western and Mid-Atlantic really are. Yeah. I mean, we all know that's true, but this is a good example. This is another game tonight where we're seeing some Turkish convoys early into the Italian boot. There we go, into Apulia. Let's see, the Austrian army. Okay,
they switch places.
Which is fine. I mean, you do want that. You want Austrians to be in the inside, Turks on the outside.
Yeah, but it is a waste of a turn, right?
It is
waste of a turn, but it probably helps with future coordination, I would assume.
Yeah. I mean, now that the alliance structure in the West has fallen apart, you might have a little extra time. We'll see. And they got that convoy to Liverpool, which is what you do when you get in this situation. It's really devastating for Gordon.
Yep.
The remnants of Jason are going to try to help, but I'm just not sure that's going to be enough. The Austrians, let's see, they're trying to get around the Horn there so they can put some more pressure on Warsaw. Turkish fleet leaving the Black Sea.
If you're Jason here, though, why don't you take a shot at Munich? Is that because you're expecting Kiel to get hit or worried about Kiel getting hit?
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 French units there that could be taking a shot at Kiel, and know the English are leaving because you've talked to them, so the English aren't going to help you. So that would be my guess.
This
that he
is
was
a
just
chance
worried
for
about losing Kiel.
this
Yeah,
is a
you know,
chance
that would
for
be an
Kiel.
argument for going Kiel to Munich with support of Berlin and hoping
Yeah.
for the best.
Yeah.
Maybe.
In any case, it's a big move for Nick, who, is in position to take control of this game fairly early, but it is quite early in a game that they know could go to 1912. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
and this
still need
is-
an ally. I mean, you got to hope Jason's 2 units are with you, or hope you can work with somebody in it. Well, I guess he's working with the Italians.
And I believe the players all selected their positions using Paris method. So I don't believe there will be ties at the end. So this is top board format. Only the person who tops, or if it's a tie, the Paris method tiebreaker will kick in, is going to win. So typically in our DB&I events, when we have top board formats, if someone breaks ahead this early, the rest of the board will respond and react. So I'm curious to see, is that early move too early? Is that too big of a risk, or is this such a powerful position that Nick's going to be able to carry it on? We'll find out.
yeah, the question is, can he consolidate the position in the west before, say, Turkey gets fleets, threatening in the south? And honestly, I think he should be able to, especially if you've got Austria self-bouncing in Piedmont and not coming over to harass you.
Yeah, that's probably some kind of diplomatic win for Nick there.
That's a huge one. And yeah, Berlin goes down to Silesia here. So Jason is clearly happy to Janissary, or at least for now. And you've got Gordon attacking St. Petersburg here, rather than trying to, cover Edinburgh, or, get units in place to easily could have convoyed back. This is very, very lovely for Nick. So Nick takes Edinburgh, goes to Wales. So he's got Edinburgh guaranteed, and we'll also be able to guarantee English Channel or London, or both. And elsewhere, we have Austro-Turk units getting into place to menace the Russian centers. Silesia even retreats into a Russian center. So they got Scott to move units north to go against England, but that was just to get him out of the way. That's about it. We can move forward. All right, so Gordon supports himself back into London, which prevents Nick from taking London, but Nick does get English Channel. Meanwhile, in the south, around the boot, everything stays the same thanks to some nice tactics, which is good for Nick. So Not the Droids in Austria gets units in position to actually do something down there. And meanwhile, in the center of the board, Silesia, Jason does try to take Munich this time, but only succeeds in keeping Burgundy from getting in, and does not hold on to Berlin. So this is a very, very good turn for Nick. Picks up 2 centers and gets better position in the west as well.
I'm a little bit puzzled on why you try to take Munich there. I guess because you just retreat to Berlin if you're the French. I guess maybe he assumed the French were going to take Berlin, but then if that's true, then just move to Berlin.
Yeah, just move back.
I don't quite get that one. Jason's a good player, so there must be something diplomatically that we don't know there.
It's hard when you get down to 2 centers.
It's very hard.
It really is.
Unless you're England in the first game we watched tonight, then you come back to 5 after only holding Brest and Portugal. That's not hard or anything.
Yeah, Germany in particular, it too is very hard.
Just in a winner-take-all situation like this, that's just demoralized, and you stop thinking clearly.
Yeah, just gets the classic. What's your secondary motivation at that point? So
I'm not sure how France doesn't top this board here.
Yeah, me either.
It's almost time to throw in the towel.
Yeah, because I mean, even if say Turkey stabbed Austria, England's basically got 17 in the bag right now.
I'm going to go ahead and just speed through this a little bit.
Sure.
I'm not just going to skip. So definitely call out anything. David, this will be your turn. Anything that just stands out, but let's just focus in on the standout things we're seeing here.
All right, that's fine. Rome being taken is relevant. Otherwise, all the units are moving to the line here. England is really not acting like they care much what's happening in the West. I mean, I'm going to say something about Norway holds, right? I mean, just I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
Or
go to Sweden.
play
or
the game.
or
That involves
convoy.
moving units.
I mean, you convoy back to the island.
Convoy back to Yorkshire, go
Yeah.
to St. Pete, something. Holding, I'm just not sure I get.
Denmark supports Kiel, so slows France down for one
A
turn.
little bit, yeah. But if you care about that, then put the army back into Yorkshire. In the fall turn, what do we got? Germans actually do take Munich after all this time, but they lose Kiel in the process. I mean, Germany could live on the line. It doesn't matter in a winner-take-all setting, except, by God, I'm going to try to live. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the units are trying to get up to the line, but there's just nothing to be done here. France's position is too advanced. They've got an Italian friend. They've got the remnants of the Germans that they could work with if they, figure out some way to keep him alive, maybe.
France has 15 in the bag. Whether they can.
This game was over about a year and a half ago.
Yeah. I think England or everyone needed when France made the move, everyone else on the board needed to stop what they were doing, and
particularly Gordon. He just really didn't care, and maybe he didn't care. I mean, we don't know the diplomatic situation. Maybe he doesn't care if Nick tops the board.
So yeah, here we just have some more advancement. We do have what is now the Grand Alliance getting into Kiel, as well as Munich and Berlin. So this could limit Nick to 14, but all of the north should fall: Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and I believe Kiel should be able to get that back. But it
doesn't really matter.
It
doesn't matter how many centers you have. This is a winner take all type of situation. So.
Yeah, in the Grand Army kind of scenario here, like back in 1904. It's a little bit different because I think anyone would have a chance potentially if they're able to rebalance. With this France being so extended along the line, I mean, the question is, okay, great, we stop him. We can't push him back. He can defend at a certain point. So in that case, all we're doing is pushing him back, and who's going to win? Like, you'd have to really decide, I want Turkey or I want Austria to win this game. If they can't come to that kind of agreement, then I don't see a way. If Nick does defend, he still has to make the right moves. But assuming Nick makes the right moves, I think they're going to draw pretty quickly.
I mean, Maxime doesn't care for France to win. That's fine with him, I would assume.
Nick does have a little bit of a problem here in that losing both of those, going down 2 in the center of the board at this point isn't ideal. I forget whether he had one piffed or not. So did have one piffed. Okay, so is only going to have to pull one more, and certainly has a unit to spare, one in Edinburgh.
The French actually put the Austrians into Kiel. Okay. That's some kind of gambit, maybe to try to unhinge the alliance, or maybe they're getting ready to draw. I don't know.
Getting rid of the Germans, maybe, but
getting rid of Jason. Well, Jason, what'd you do, man?
I know.
I guess it does put them really close. Makes them even. Maybe he's hoping that will matter.
France is taking a little bit to get their units into position in the north.
Yeah, there's been some slowness here. I agree with you.
So, but they shouldn't. They have. It's all just time at this point. I mean, the other thing that could happen here, right, is that Austria or Turkey could throw to each other, and because Munich and Berlin are not re-gettable, France can't force them. Austria and Turkey could decide that one of them wins.
Yeah, that's what I was not so succinctly trying to say a couple turns ago. I think that is a possible outcome, and I feel like the danger here, like the negotiating tactic, if you're in this situation, if you can make a believable threat, like, hey, I need France, you may be the bigger power, but if you don't do what I want, then I'm going to throw. This is a very real throw kind of conversation that could take place.
It's a do-si-do there in the Holland area to get that fleet.
Yeah, that's good. This is a nice acceleration tactics because it'll go to Helgoland, and then he'll have units all over in the right places. And the south is now something. Oh, now we have a switch here. Austria has taken Rome rather. So the AT were getting fleets into place to break through, which they have enough fleets to do. France and Italy don't have enough fleets down there, but Austria has clearly decided now is the time. And meanwhile, Turkey has also taken Warsaw. So things have broken down in the east in a way that's
I'm
only
not
going to
sure that's
benefit
a
Nick.
stab. Is
It
that
could be a
stab?
shift. Just that
Although I
could be
guess Black Sea doesn't really make a whole lot of sense otherwise.
You don't blow up a fleet on the boot because the fleet is needed to break through. They just needed to get fleets up.
You're right. I didn't realize that was a Turkish fleet. That does, that
Yeah.
signals a breakdown to me.
So it's not a great stab on either side.
Yeah, but now we've got a ball game.
Nick is
Well,
+1 for taking Norway.
It only works if Austria or Turkey can really get the upper hand on the other, and the other one is fine with it. This is Nick. Nick should just roll over this at this point. Do Austria and Turkey really fight?
That doesn't look like there's much happening here.
An
right?
attempt to convoy a French army into Syria, which I think you don't want to happen if you are Nick. I think you want that army in places where you can.
I think they're just
help you
screwing
directly.
around, aren't they?
Yeah, because nothing else moves.
I think they're just screwing around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Draw time.
Okay. Great.
Draw time.
That used to be a thing at the end of a game in the postal era, is that you would realize what the result was, and then you would do some kind of weird convoy, like from Syria to St. Pete or something.
Well, congratulations to Nick Volps for a dominant performance as France. Hit the gas in 1903, never let up, had a little bit of a bump in 1907, but once the rest of the board realized, hey, we can't get this, made an attempt to try and Austria made an attempt to try and take over, was unable to do so, and they recognize, hey, it's time to draw. So congratulations, Nick. That was a very dominant performance in our first game.
Yeah, well done.
All right, that was a lot of fun. Let's do it again. Here is our players for Last Chance 2, and Brandon, you get a break. Thank you. Welcome back to the broadcast, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back. And David, would you introduce our players?
Because you want me to say Abstiegskrieger instead of you, right?
Absolutely.
So I said it. I said I'm only going to say it once, though. Then we got a varmint in England. I have to do that with my accent. Let's see. British player in France, Phil Johns. I don't know Phil, but it's great to see him here. Tanja Margarine. Evan Belaris, well-known player to us on DBN. We've watched him a lot. Lara as Russia, and I've watched him before. He's a good player. And Andrew Zick, player that we got to know during the COVID era, during the pandemic era, and now has been playing a lot of face-to-face, so it's great to see him on the board as well.
Yeah, and DBN broadcaster Andrew Zick. He's been a frequent participant in the DBNI. Love having his extended deadline experience, that able to bring that perspective to our broadcast. So, all right, let's get to our next game. And in spring of 1901, David, if you'll take us away.
All right, the Fleet Holland to Kiel is always an interesting move. People don't do that as much now as we used to in the old days, but you still see it occasionally. But that's a very interesting move. Galicia being completely empty is also something you don't see very much. The Turks going to Armenia, but also letting the Russians into Black Sea. I think that might have been an Armenian fist bump where the Russians said, whoop, 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 pulled the little rug out or pulled the football out from underneath Charlie Brown, and he goes, which is the way Turkey thinks about this, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's the lack of a bounce in Galicia that allows them to do this, because they can follow up Moscow to Sev.
So, you don't see a lot of early AR alliances, but here we've got one. An interesting situation. The question is, what does Italy do in that scenario? Right now, they're doing nothing. They're holding in Tyrolia versus taking one of the Austrian centers. In the West, you've got the everyone thinking that the English army ought to go to Belgium. So the question is, what happens after that? And we all know that one possibility is that the English army goes to Flanders to die. Fleet Brest is an important, though the Germans building two armies is actually what jumps out at me. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you see it that often, but it's certainly limits their options in terms of making a move against the English. So certainly looking for the EG from this position.
Unless it's some kind of Western Tripoli thing and they go east. That would be the only other
Awesome.
one. Although it's still in that situation, you would still be able to fleet Kiel and go to Baltic. So.
You do not see it often for a reason. I don't like it. I think of all of the games we've ever covered where somebody has made that double army build, I've probably seen it 20 times now, and I would say 2 out of those 20 times it's paid off.
And probably in neither of those 2 was your fleet in Holland versus in Scandinavia.
Yeah, but these players are amazing. They also have more time than many of the games that we cover, so maybe this will be one of that 10% or so.
Yeah, so I think some of the notable points here, let's start in the east, is Andrew uses his new fleet from Ankara to piff the Black Sea fleet, which is good for them. Of course, having Italians in the Eastern Med is likewise bad for them. They also walk into Romania. I'm not quite sure why the Russians are walking out there, but we have this whole sort of trade of centers here where the Turks are moving into Romania, the Austrians are moving into Bulgaria, the Italians are moving into Trieste. So very hard without knowing the negotiations, what's actually going on there. I am guessing this is some sort of AI and not clear on what the role of the Turks and the Russians is. Back in the West, I think the notable things are the English support themselves into the English Channel, while the French just hold in Brest, hold in Burgundy, just kind of supporting themselves, turtling up there. And the Germans advance into Ruhr. Definitely supports what we suspected from the builds in terms of its being a EG versus France.
Yeah, I'm just puzzled why the Russians didn't order to Romania there from Sev. If that was the idea, was to switch around, why would you let the Turks in? But maybe they can fix it here in the fall turn.
And I'll just shout out the move of the loan of Trieste combined with the move of the Italian fleets early. That structure has kind of revolutionized the game a little bit in the East. I was talking with a player who hadn't played in probably 10, 15 years and had come back to the game, and they were just asking, hey, why has the meta shifted? I think this particular arrangement is a big part of it. It really helps to give Italy and Austria a lot more options and make the attack into Turkey a little more effective. This one's a little later than we usually see, so that tempo loss might slow it down a little, but still, it's always fun to see when they can work that out.
Okay, so in the fall, the Turks make the move to retake Romania. It's sort of like a delayed, almost key Lepanto, with the Austrians trying to move Serbia into Bulgaria, with the Italians following into Serbia, but that's not successful. Instead, the Turks do manage to retake Bulgaria. The Austrians take Romania with help of the Russians. The Italians convoy into Syria, so a traditional Lepanto type of move right there from them, but they will get the build from Trieste, which will help them out. Back in the West, the English are continuing to make their move against the French. It seems like there's some agreement, or at least the English and the Germans are kind of on the same page. You got Denmark moving to Sweden, which would cut the support if Sweden were to support St. Pete to Norway, or if Sweden were to move to Norway, Russia would lose it. So Russia just makes the moves of just kind of self-bouncing Norway to avoid England doing anything funny with that unit. But otherwise, France is making some defensive moves. They go up to the Irish Sea, which is sort of an offensive defensive move, and otherwise manage to hold out in Burgundy, lose Picardy. So, this is a very difficult position for France to hold out in the long run. They can hold some dots and make it very slow, but unless something changes, they will ultimately lose the position battle. So I think it's up to France in this position to try to make it less attractive for one of them. I like the move to the Irish Sea. That perhaps, gives them an opportunity to make a pitch to Germany. Hey, take Belgium, build another fleet. We can do something here. But you really need to be able to change the dynamic somehow if you're France here. Otherwise, you're just going to go slowly downhill.
Well, Germany might be receptive to that kind of pitch. I might be if I were there.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to be slow. In most cases, I'd probably be a little wary of that. But in this case, if you look at the arrows, everybody's going the opposite direction. So both the arrows moving away. So maybe they've got the time.
And I think the pitch to Germany is, hey, if anybody takes anything, it's going to be England, not you, right? I mean, you've got 2 years before you can get to Paris. So take Belgium now, get the build, and we go up that way. So I think it's a reasonably, interesting argument to make.
Italians take Smyrna. Here comes the Russians into Armenia. I mean, this is a real takedown. Austrians, though, what are they? They are. It's still AR instead of AI. They've gone into Ionian Sea from Greece. They've taken Trieste back. So clearly, this is AR-ish in the east. So we'll see if Evan can turn that around or not. In the west, what do we got here? The English actually take Brest. That is a good guess by Varmint. That is a nice move. There were lots of possible options there. And sniffing out that one as being the one that makes the most sense is really good. I mean, the only way that the French could have stopped that would be to hit Picardy, and they couldn't because they couldn't take a chance on losing Paris. So I think
they can't hold it though, right? Oh, yeah.
They can't hold it, but it doesn't matter because you're getting in good position here if you're the English, and you still have the Germans on side because they don't stay in Belgium. So I think things. Oh wait, they lost Liverpool. Never mind. I just noticed they lost Liverpool. That's not good.
Yeah, it would have been a good place to make that pitch, to get that pitch off to Germany, right? But France is building 2 here. How's that attack going? I guess they had 1 piff and they +1, but pretty good.
Well, yeah. I mean, the English, maybe they thought that Mao was going to take Brest and they were trying to brace it. But I think you've got to cover Liverpool there. What does the French fleet and RC have to do other than that? I just...
Yeah, it's not going to go back to mid-Atlantic. You can lose the mid-Atlantic there. You don't care. I mean, you care, but
they've got to go to Liverpool there.
And in the east,
come on, Varmint.
Does not look like we've got an AI anymore to me.
No, I think it's definitely AR-ish at this point, which it was from the beginning, really. I think this is you, Adam.
Sure. Yeah. So now the Germans do go back into Belgium. It looks like actually maybe the tide is shifting in the West, and the Germans are going to try to go on side with the French. Right? They're kind of seeing the English being in trouble. Though the English do pull out of Mao into Irish, so they should be in position to retake Liverpool and potentially hold on to Edinburgh, but they get kicked out of Norway, which is going to be problematic for them ultimately. Elsewhere in the east, very clearly, Italy is pulling back to deal with the Austrians, though they do lose Tyrolia with the Austrians supporting themselves there. They kick the Austrians out of the Ionian, though that enables them to retreat to Tunis, and because there was a bounce in Tyrrhenian Sea, that means Italy can't retake it right away. So not great news for the Italian. I mean, I think this is one of those AI fights that's not necessarily going to be hugely beneficial to either. Certainly not good for Italy. We'll see if Austria can get some units fast enough to outpace what's happening on the other side of what's happening in the rest of the East, because with Italy now having trouble, Turkey is likely to get back into this game, and an RT may be more attractive to the Russian than an AR once the chips fall.
Or even an AT and work against the Russians. I mean, there's some possibilities here for realignment.
Yeah. So the Aegean, unit, I'm assuming, is supporting Smyrna into Khan, hoping that the Turks would do a self-bounce in Constantinople. Andrew wisely makes the choice not to do that and instead just holds those units and braces Smyrna against a potential supported attack. Elsewhere, the Austrians indeed take Venice as they can. They take Tunis because they can't be stopped there. In the West, it's all out. France and Germany now against the English. England does retake Liverpool, but the overall position for France is now pretty strong in the north against England. Yeah, and the polls for France removing Clyde. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised by that choice by France. I think that that's actually probably not the right choice in this position. I don't, if you're, I mean, you leave yourself vulnerable by pulling one of the armies, but on the other hand, you got to make a choice and you got to be able to gain something. And if you just realign with the Germans, you got to put some faith in that and pull one of those armies off the continent.
Got to take the Brest army off, I think, in this situation.
I completely agree. I think it's got to be the Brest army, or so I'm surprised, and I think that's going to hurt Phil in his ability to work with the Germans, and maybe it makes the Germans rethink whether they can really make any gains. More importantly, the Russians built a fleet in St. Pete, so let's see where that goes. Why don't you take it, David?
Well, so here's why. The French were just going to give up on their assault. That's why they got rid of Clyde. They were just going to go to the south instead. Probably maybe worried that the Austrian position or the AR with AT, whatever was going to happen here, was going to be too strong. So they've gone down there as a balance of power move. Germans did finally get their second fleet into the water. So there was a German fleet in the water for the first time in the game into the Helgoland Bight. French had moved into Burgundy, but wondering if the Germans were going to go there probably. Because going from Brest to Paris doesn't make sense if you're really worried about, or if you're trying to make an offensive move against the Germans, should you go to Picardy. Austria, the AR thing's just working out fine. The Italians leaving their fleets over there to try to live in Turkey just gives a complete pass to the Austrians. That's why the French are intervening down there, I think.
Yeah, and I think they're probably hoping that the Germans would leave the English alone to go fight the Russians up there, and Germany's saying, no, we're working with the Russians in the north.
Well, it was kind of hard to not. Well, there he is. Now he's going to pivot. He has to get both of his fleets where he can actually go against the Russians. And this
is an odd way to do it, though. You'd think you'd want to put the fleet in Denmark, not do it this way, right? You'd think you'd want to move that army down to Kiel, from Denmark to Kiel, and then pivot the other armies up. So I'm a little bit surprised by this. I think this is a suboptimal tactical way to do it. I think it'll get the job done, but I think you'd prefer to do it the other way.
He must have been worried that Sweden was going to order to Denmark and stop the train completely. Must have been the concern.
Yeah.
Austria takes Bulgaria because why not? Because clearly needs another. Now, this may be, I'm serious. I've been playing this game since 1984. I'm not sure I've ever seen an Austrian convoy to Tunis from Greece in any situation. I'm just not sure I've ever seen that.
What an odd choice, right? Why convoy if you're going to convoy? Why convoy to Tunis, not Naples, which is a free walk-in, or just cover Tunis with the fleet? Do you really want an army in Tunis?
Well, obviously he's trying to set up a defensive line against the French. I understand that, but we all know that an army, again, unless you're John Jameson, you really don't want an army on the African continent in a game of standard diplomacy. That's not really.
I think he's just trying to prevent Phil from taking Tunis this year, getting that built.
Fine, then go send the two fleets down.
Yeah.
Send fleet to Adriatic to Ionian, send Ionian to Tunis or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Tunis is the biggest deal in the world. Go ahead and take Naples in that situation. Take it.
Yeah, don't worry about Tunis. You're not going to hold Tunis probably
in the long run
anyway, because you can't fight France for fleet power down there. You just got to get enough there, and probably be hoping that honestly that Italy dies so that Turkey maybe can get a fleet out there and help you.
Well, net result, we've got Austria on top at 9 centers. We've got Russia at 8 centers. It seems to be the one alliance that's really making progress that's meaningful.
And Austria's got to build another fleet here, I think. No.
We get another fleet from Russia. We have seen several instances if Russia is able to get to 4 fleets, they tend to do very, very well. I think that's not necessarily because 4 fleets is some magic number. That you have to usually be doing pretty well as Russia to put down 4 fleets, but one closer to that. So that's just a signal to me that Russia's doing pretty well up there in the north right now.
They're doing pretty well in general, it looks like, from at least from a diplomatic point of view.
So
the only thing better than one army on the African continent is 2 armies on the African continent.
yeah, I mean, definitely, if you're France here, you definitely want an army in North Africa, don't you?
It's the unity's got. It's the unity's got to put pressure on Tunis. Now there's 3 French that they can take Tunis. And so in that sense, the answer might be yes, but I'm just think it's interesting that we have 2. I do not believe I've ever seen that before.
Goodness gracious. Well, I guess the Austrian army should not be long for being in Tunis. If
I understand that's probably true, and yet,
I can't think of seeing 2 armies in North Africa and Tunis at the same time in any denominations. That's very unusual. I can't think of seeing that before. But let's talk about what else is going on. We've got Warsaw going to Silesia. We've got Berlin going to Prussia, so that's fun. Germany and Russia are now full out at war. Looks like the EG is back on. In fact, all of a sudden now we are very Western Tripoli, right? We've got all 3 of them at least making moves that are non-aggressive towards the others. We've got the Low Countries completely abandoned. That Wales fleet doesn't go to the English Channel. It goes to London instead. So we're playing all lovey-dovey because now there's a belief that this AR finally actually needs to be dealt with. And we'll see how that goes, actually. I mean, I think the position in the north is such that there's some opportunities here. But here you go, Helgoland moving to Denmark, right? Because that army in Denmark is just not very useful, right? And so we should have that should have been dealt with last turn when they did the shift.
That should have been dealt with a long time before now. It's just in the way. An army in Denmark is not great. Still in the way. Because you just can't get it to leave.
All right. So in the fall, wow, the Russians managed to pop the English fleet in Barents. That's quite interesting. And they managed to drop down into Baltic. Again, everybody's sort of making some guesses here about what they think is happening. And Russia, I think, is in the better position now, right? I mean, their ability to get into Baltic, get that army into Sweden and destroy that English army really improves their position down there. I'm not sure that they can make a lot of progress, but they're probably less under threat at this stage. In the east, we finally bid a farewell to Andrew Zik, whose Turkey is now a colony of the Russians, I guess, considering all 3 centers are now owned by Russia. And we bid a goodbye to Italy, which is now been annexed by Austria. And as expected, the French are now in possession of Tunis. So our short period of having 2 armies in the North African continent. So
now let's see the position after 1906 here. I thought so. Russian position is pretty decent.
Yep. You got to put armies down, right? No more northern fleets. You got to put some armies down in the middle. Army St. Pete, Army Moscow.
I could see fleet St. Pete.
You know, I'm going to be Mr. Aggressive here and say I can come up with some reason to put a fleet in St. Pete, either in the South Coast or the North Coast.
I was going to say, if you're going to build St. Pete, probably South Coast is almost more desirable here, but I still think you want the army. St. Pete can drop down to Livonia. Moscow kind of covers the middle of the board, and Warsaw is there for for advancing on. I don't know.
I mean, it's probably more sensible, but which means I'd probably do the other.
Larry takes the sensible option. We get another fleet from Austria. I'd love to see that continued like that. That's one of the weaknesses of this alliance structure, and you got limited ways to get those fleets out. That third fleet, I think, could be pretty significant in the Med right now.
Yep.
All right.
Convoy out of Tunis to Spain. Come on, you don't want to do that. Tunis is awesome for armies. But that, yet, frankly, that does sort of not make a great position there. I mean, as much as we sort of wondered about the army being there, I don't know why you leave Tyrrhenian Sea to do that. I just don't get it. I really don't. I mean, what's good is going to do in Spain?
I think you can afford to basically just move Tyrrhenian to Ionian that turn, so that if he does slide into Tunis, he's got nothing back up to support it in the fall, and you can kick him out, right?
I think so. I mean, you wouldn't want him to be able to retreat forward, but still.
But I mean, north, you're gonna have that fleet in Mao that can go out
to North Atlantic. Yeah, but then he's in Tyrrhenian. I don't know. It just I just don't know that I like Phil's option or Phil's choice there, but we'll see.
Yeah.
In the north, let's see. I don't think there's anything of great surprise here. Norway going to Skagerrak is a very nice tactical play to stop the any kind of movement of the fleets forward from the EG.
Before we get too far ahead, McCallus put a comment in that I think is worth some discussion. This was in relation to the 1906 builds, missing the obvious building fleet Sev.
That is definitely a build that Russia could have made. I would agree that is a build that he could have made.
And that build
a reason that I ignored that comment from McCallus is that he misspelled the word y'all. And I take personal offense at that.
I would agree with McCallus. That is a very legal build to make.
Not going to respond.
If that were to be made, is that hey, I'm attacking Austria and taking the game? Is that a 1903 France move from our last game?
Not necessarily. I mean, you could use a Russian fleet in the Med in this situation. I agree with the build the Russians made, though. I don't think you really needed to do that. I don't think you need to attack the Austrians here. No. Don't even think you want to attack the Austrians yet. But we'll see.
No, I think that's a big problem for Russia to attack the Austrians here, right? Because even if you can take some dots, you're basically going to be forced to pull a lot of those units that are in the middle of the board right now and keeping the Germans and others at bay. I mean, if you're so confident that by pulling back, you're going to get the English to attack the Germans, then maybe. But I wouldn't be that confident from this position.
He's stabbing his only friend.
I would. I mean, you got 3 fleets in the north. You think England is going to just be like, okay, let me go attack the Germans now? I just don't see that. So I think it would be nuts to do that as Russia right now. You know, you've got a good thing going. Let it go.
Well, they're agreed with you, and as we get into fall, it looks like they're still working together.
Ionian to Aegean, though, that's not really working together. That's going the wrong direction. And
what does that do? What does that do for you, though? Right? I mean, you can't. Now Smyrna just supports Khan. What do you do? What can you do from that position?
Unless this is an attempt to make it look like there's an AR war so that something else will happen in the West to unhinge the alliance, it could be that.
Like everybody attacking Germany, you mean, for example?
Yeah, for example, because France self-bouncing in Tyrrhenian is not an anti-Austrian move. So they've made some kind of deal here.
Check out the West, David.
Yeah, they're going to go after Tango centers instead is what's happening.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And yet, I mean, my point is, I'm still not sure why Aegean makes any sense.
No, I don't get it. We get a fleet now. We might get a fleet. I mean, I don't. I think you might get an army, Sev. I don't know. I mean,
I don't.
No,
it must have been some kind of diplomatic play to try to make it look like the AR alliance might be in trouble, or maybe they're going to convoy the Russian armies out, or something. Maybe that's what they're going to do, but that doesn't really make sense. But no, so there is an AR war then.
Yeah. So why, if this is what Russia knew, why do they build in St. Pete here rather than in Sev, right, or Moscow?
He must have thought he could talk Austria out of it somehow.
Man.
But now the English are going backwards. I mean, Norwegian to Clyde.
Oh, they just attacked Belgium. I mean, this is they absolutely are going
They're
back.
going backwards. So
Why didn't they go to Clyde? Oh, they went to Clyde. Why didn't they go to now? Why you go to Clyde there?
That usually when you go and you put your army in port, I mean your fleet in port like that, you're trying to say I'm not going to attack anybody
Except for when you're attacking Belgium.
I get it, but that's usually what you do when you go to Clyde. You're trying to say I'm not really being offensive, unless this was some kind of deal where the English were being given Belgium. I just don't know.
With Belgium supporting Burgundy to Ruhr, that seems unlikely, though, right?
I'm just not sure what's happening. The Clyde thing, it does kind of throw me off. But one thing is for sure, the 3 Russian fleets, and you do get England to go away at some point. North Sea of Portland is, I mean, that's not an anti-Russian move. That's a friendly with Russian move. I guess the reason to go to Clyde was that you could bounce, but you could bounce from North Atlantic. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Are you actually fighting France? Maybe you're right, David. Maybe you're not actually fighting France here because France is now going for Munich and not even making a play on Belgium.
Yeah, I think there's been some kind of deal struck here. Get rid of the German centers, see what the situation is after that.
So one observation I've had comparing face-to-face and extended deadline play, it's much easier, not easy, but much easier in extended deadline to have 3 alliance kind of coordination, particularly with a cross-board partner, than you can in face-to-face, just because you don't have enough time to come up with those complex kind of alliance structures. So it could very well be that's what we're looking at here is England, France, Austria saying, hey, Turkey's getting too big and we need to coordinate together. And how do we do this in a slow, methodical way so that we maintain an opportunity for one of us to end up topping at the end of it?
Well, Russia taking those German dots is really important here. So the fact that he was able to come to some kind of deal with the varmint is good for him. English supporting themselves in the North Sea, though, is not friendly. Yeah, I guess. Well, it's back on an EF train, I guess, is what we're saying.
It's not clear to me how this really benefited, Austria to make this decision. I think this is exactly the point that I was making: is that the western part of the board is just going to be able to. Thoughts about Russia stabbing Austria. I didn't really comment on Austria stabbing Russia, but I feel like it's the same effect. And now you're basically giving France the advantage here. Maybe I mean I don't know about England because England and Russia fighting is going to be not very productive for either of them. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. And it may be that Austria thought Russia was going to attack him. It's kind of hard to know what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean they're trading dots back and forth, and nobody's really.
Austria's going back. Austria's pulling back out of the deal. They're pulling back out of the attack, as you can see, because the French came anyway. After they promised they wouldn't, they came anyway. So the AR is going to be back on track here, I think. Question is, what does England do? England's doing a lot of nothing here.
England got Kiel. They got Kiel.
Oh, they actually took Kiel. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's almost like a exchange of sinners for benefit England.
Austria is building also. So let's see what's happening here. The French have taken Berlin. English are into Norwegian. So the EF is back on track. Burgundy to Paris. Come on, man. Don't do that, Phil. Come on. You need to stay up there somewhere. That Paris is not. No.
It feels like the diplomatic move, but you need to be in Burgundy because you
can't afford that kind of.
Have something behind Munich. Come on, man.
You can't afford that kind of diplomatic move.
No.
Let's go and see what happens in the fall.
Well, it's because we're fighting England now. Now it's France.
Kiel. Yeah, he took Kiel.
I don't get it.
Advantage Russia, though.
Yeah.
It's a race then, I guess. Is there any chance France can catch up in? We likely have 1912 as our end.
It's hard to imagine.
No.
I mean, he can get some stuff, but it's hard to see.
But if they're fighting, I mean, what are you going to get? Belgium and maybe one other English dot, right? So that puts you at 10. Russia's probably going to be able to get Kiel out of it, though.
But you know, when Austria got back in time to defend, France probably didn't have any other play to make because they have to try to do something, and they weren't going to be able to take anything from Austria because Austria got back fast enough. So they had to try something. Austria is now going to try something also because they know time's running out. They're going to try to get somehow get ahead of the Russians as well. This is a race.
Looks like a deal with the French for sure.
Yes, for sure. I mean, good for these guys realizing the time is coming. Got to take some shots. Gosh, Russians getting into the North Sea could really matter here in the last.
And Munich and Kiel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course, centers, but I mean, positionally, that North Sea is really strong to have.
But the only question is, can Austria take anything further off of Russia from this position? They can't get any of the Turkish dots. I don't think in 1 year that they can get Sev or Warsaw.
Looks like Laurie has this, but let's see.
Yeah, McCallus pointing out Austria walking out of Galicia. How do we feel about that one?
Well, I mean, the reason I think they're trying to set up a line here, right? I mean, I think they're not trying to advance at this point, I guess.
No, a line doesn't win you the
line doesn't win. If they've got to get higher than Russia, yeah, then you probably.
Unless you think the Russians are going to lose, but it doesn't look like they're going to lose anything in the north. So
no,
it's a calculated risk, I guess.
No,
it's not going to work though.
So we'll just push on. Yep, there we go.
Yeah,
Game over. Fall
19. That was kind of a close call though for Laurie.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's. I think the score is closer than it was in reality. To me, Laird just dominated this board. Not to the same level that we saw in the last game, but they had control over this game. And when the game became chaotic, they were still able to play their game the way they wanted to. I never felt like they were scrambling or lost control of the game. So I was impressed with Blair's play this game. All right. Well, that was another fun one. We've got one more of our last chance games. So we're going to see Lair join our top board that will cover 2 games from now. Right now, David, we're going to give you a break, and we're going to welcome Brandon back. Welcome.
Hola. And
Adam, I'm going to have you take the lead on our next game and introduce our players.
Sure. In Austria, we have Japa Gorky. England is Kunalowski. In France, we have Christopher Ward, also a frequent VDL player from the UK. In Germany, we have Chris Trout. Italy, we have Andrew Koch. Russia, we have Josh Ostrowski. And in Turkey, we have Bigelow.
And I think Andrew Koch won, was it the Olympus or Nexus? I think he won one of the bigger extended deadline tournaments last season.
All right, let's take a quick look at this. In the West, we have the French supporting themselves to Burgundy, the English going for the Churchill opening, moving Liverpool to Edinburgh rather than Yorkshire. In the East, Venice holds, bounce in Galicia, bounce in the Black Sea. So pretty typical stuff, nothing completely out of the ordinary here.
This is an opening out of 1975.
But lots of options on Belgium. Everybody can make their play, and who gets it but the Germans. So the French support the Germans in so that Germany can build 3 in 1901, while the French take the Iberian centers. No bounce in Sweden. The Italians do the walk into Trieste, and presumably in exchange as part of an AI for going to Aegean rather than taking Tunis. The Turks make sort of the old school opening of going moving Ankara to the Black Sea, while the Russians put their fleet into Romania, possibly signaling friendliness with the Austrians.
Yeah, this is it's a very interesting possible AIR setup here. I would be pretty worried if I were Bigelow. Just lots of red warning signs, and FG in the west.
Yep. And the Russians build that 1901 Fleet Sev, something that I am generally not a fan of because it's a very limiting build. But if you feel very confident in your AIR alliance, it may be a way to make that attack go faster. But it is very limiting in terms of your options. And sometimes just having that army in Sev can be just as helpful for going around the other way or giving you some flexibility to do something else with the unit. Elsewhere, we see pretty normal builds. I think importantly, the English built a fleet in London, the French build a fleet in Brest, and the Germans also build their fleet, in this case, in Kiel, and then 2 armies. The Turks, I think, is the puzzling one, right? The Turks building an army in Smyrna. Maybe they're trying to send a message to the Turks to say, hey, to the Italians saying, you know, I think they probably see the writing on the wall and say, this is my best hope diplomatically, even though it's the wrong tactical build. It's the best diplomatic build they can possibly make. So I like it for that reason, I think.
Yeah, it's also Army Smyrna is a way to spell FU Russia as well.
Yeah.
All right, spring of 1902, we've got Josh in Russia doing the expected here and taking Black Sea while getting the army down into Ukraine. So that's good negotiation between him and Austria to allow that to happen. And we have Austria and Italy doing the expected things to advance the AIR cause. And Austria gets Trieste to move out. So this is a really nice, well-coordinated AIR so far. And in the West, we have England doing whatever they can to try to hold off this FG. But I think you want to do a little bit more than that if you can. I'm not sure supporting yourself in the North is necessary here. I think I would rather go to Helgoland from North and London to the English Channel.
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing is the Russians not getting into it, and that may just be a spring thing. We might see them try to force Norway in the fall. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, and indeed, that's what they do.
Yeah, so England's going to have a tough time this game if you've got all 3 of your neighbors against you. Unlikely to last too long. Now, interestingly, though, Chris Trout in Germany goes to Skagerrak here rather than supporting himself into the North Sea. And I think if you're Russia, that is not what you want to see. So be interesting to see what Russia tries to do in response. Elsewhere, so France gets in the English Channel, and Italy and Austria do the expected to get in position to continue the attack on Turkey. And Russia plays it safe, not really having much to gain and a lot to risk.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't want an army in Denmark, right?
I was going to comment the same thing.
It's not the most efficient German attack on the north, but yeah, it's a diplomatic issue, I think, for Germany at this point. Like, what does Russia think about that fleet there, and how do you manage it going forward?
I don't like it if I'm Russia.
I don't like it either. Over to you, Adam.
Yeah, so there's an unsuccessful attack on the North Sea. I guess, is that a 3-on-3, it looks like to me?
Yeah, because France doesn't participate. France convoys instead.
Yeah, and France convoys to Wales, which why not? Because there's no army in the English continent, so you can convoy to Wales. I think they could have gone to NAO or Irish, I guess, would have been another option for them, but they opt for the convoy. And I guess the reason they do that is so they can have Mao support the English Channel. Otherwise, they walk into Belgium, which seems like it was probably arranged with the Germans, which is, good for France, so that you can take 2 builds and have your ally go down one.
If you're Germany, you don't give Belgium unless English Channel is supporting the move into North.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but hey, good for Ward, for Christopher Ward. In the East, we have the Austrians taking Constantinople with a fleet. That is fascinating.
also don't like that if you're Russia.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. That is not the AIR play, though. I mean, they do cover Greece from Serbia. If they had held in Serbia, that would have been interesting. Means that they, it's that we're still in this trust but verify mode. I'm not interested to see how that dynamic plays out, because there's no way that Russia is enjoying seeing an Austrian fleet in Caen.
I'm not as quick on tactics as the two of you, but don't you have to make Aegean the mover if you want to force that? Can't everything be cut?
Well,
no,
you're assuming Italy's on side, right? So Italy doesn't have to move Ionian to Aegean. They just do that because of the tactics, because of the moves that were played, right? I mean, you can do this in any of a number of ways. Like Aegean shouldn't be a cut support if you're coordinating with the Italians, right? I mean, Aegean could support east to Smyrna, and you could go on. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to do this, right?
Yeah. No, I was reading Italy is hostile. I forgot that they're on side.
Yeah. Is this me, Brandon? Okay. Yeah. So this is really just let's hold and take that center, and the Italians take Smyrna. So now Italy and Austria are both +1. As Russia should have been concerned about that German moves, they now are facing the consequences of that, which are that Germany moves into Sweden. They didn't even support themselves. They just walked there. But they fortunately got another army into Denmark, because we want to make sure that we keep armies in Denmark. And they also managed to take the North Sea this time without French help. France has decided to put yet another army into England, because that's one way to kill England for sure.
This is quite good for Chris Trout in Germany. It's so good that Josh in Russia really should not have allowed it to happen. I think you really have to cover Sweden. They've got the FG have enough fleets to take north on their own. They don't need your help. So in this case, Chris Trout has got position over Russia and a build. And honestly, Chris probably doesn't need to continue the attack on England at this point. Can just take the north, and we'll be more or less unstoppable.
Well, but you've just basically put 2 armies on the English homeland. I think you're going to probably try to finish them off at this stage if you're going to commit that much of your forces there, right?
Well, if you're France, yeah. The question is whether
Chris.
whether Germany helps or not.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about Chris Trout. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, we get a beautiful convoy. Always love seeing that into Syria, unless I'm Turkey, which is usually when I see it.
The tactics have been pretty good from the AIR. I think they Russia should probably have insisted that an army go into Caen here. But
and again, here we're seeing that extra fleet in Sev, is getting pulled, right? And so, just not an optimal position, and Russia didn't really set themselves up well to take centers down there. And now I suspect they're going to deal with AI, and is my suspicion here.
It's a very interesting moment for this game, because FG are in really good position in the West. AIR have a big decision to make, and Russia honestly is very useful to try to at least slow down Germany. So the decision Austria really has to make here is Russia more useful as a source of dots or as a potential bulwark against the West? And actually, there's a similar calculation with Italy. Would have been an easier calculation to make if Italy had built a fleet here rather than an army.
I'm surprised by the army build. And if I'm Austria, I'm not liking it, right?
You're glad it's not in Naples, but you need a good argument for why it's going to be useful. And this is about long-term planning. Like, these 3 players in the East should be making long-term plans about how this game is going to go now that Turkey is fatally wounded.
Yeah, this is always the sticking point for the AIR. As Andrew Koch, I feel like Italy needs as many armies as they can get away with, and I think he got away with one here. We'll see how Austria feels about it, but that could pay off for him in the long run if he's able to continue without stressing that relationship.
I like Andrew's position here, although I would probably have tried to go for if Russia were into it, I would have tried to maybe go for a wintergreen here, because you may not have a better chance to eliminate Austria. On the other hand, Austria could be very useful with armies. Blah blah blah. Okay, so what actually happens? We have Italy being the one to get another unit in Ankara. And in fact, the Austria does turn on Russia here. So we do have AI sticking together, eliminating the R. Interestingly, in the north, however, Chris Trout does not continue to fight Russia here. They certainly have that option in the fall, but instead convoys over and says, "I want a piece of England," which is interesting and is a way to maybe slow down Chris in France. And the other big news here is that Andrew Koch has moved west towards France, and will actually be in quite good position after the fall.
I love how there are 4 armies in England right now: 2 French, 1 German, 1 English. I think that's and every space in England except for Clyde is currently occupied. I find that highly amusing and entertaining. So
I really like the German position here. I was just about to say this, and I like it even more now. Especially with Italy, coming. Well, the question is whether Italy comes hard west, and it's possible they're not actually. It's possible that this was an arranged bounce between Andrew and Chris and Wardy, so that neither of their units really get out of position. So England is eliminated in the same turn as Turkey, which happens sometimes, right? When the corner powers don't do, when one doesn't do well, the other one often also doesn't do well. But Chris Trout does now prosecute more war against Russia in the north, takes Norway. So, boy, Germany is in quite good position here, and will really have a say in what happens in the rest of this game, whether they actually win it or not. Austria sneaks into Warsaw as well. I guess Josh had a choice here between protecting Sev and Warsaw, and it's to the benefit of Austria, who, however, while picking up 2 dots, can only drop 1 unit because they only have 1 open home center.
I kind of like the position for Italy. I think that Austria is a bit overextended right now.
You think? They've got all of got this cluster of units in the middle. Their bigger problem is that I think they've got Germany to deal with. There's already an army in Galicia, and there's a bunch more armies potentially coming their way.
Well, exactly, which leaves opportunities for Italy, I think. Yeah. Maybe not this year, but 1906, 1907.
Yeah, especially if Italy doesn't get overextended west. This is why arranged bounces in Western Mediterranean are probably a good idea for both France and Italy right now.
So the question for me is, where does France go next?
That's a great question.
Would you prefer Italy? Do you prefer Germany? Do you prefer sitting back and letting somebody make a move and then deciding?
If you can get Austria and Italy to fight Germany, then I think you also fight Germany. All of your units are up there. You have quick gains to make that you could then potentially convert into defensive holdings in the south if you're not able to convince Italy to move east. But yeah, that would be my thought. If not, if you can't convince Austria and Italy to go after Germany, then you actually are sort of stuck. And your hope is that Germany would get overextended to the east. So what actually happens, that is for Adam to tell you.
Sure. In the West, again, we have this bounce in Western Med. Italy drops Ionian into Naples, which I guess is a diplomatic move. That's my only read. It's basically saying, okay, I'm not going to threaten Greece. You can go move your units elsewhere. Austria, don't have to worry about it. And it looks like they're returning Trieste to the Austrians as well. So very, very positive for that sense. And I think they're getting Constantinople for their troubles would seem to be the outcome of that, which will also allow the Italians to get a fleet into the Black Sea, which is really huge. And this is a very worthwhile move for if you're playing, if you're Italy in this situation. If this is, maybe Andrew proposed this deal, or maybe Joppa did, but either way, this is something you very much desire and like.
And I have to say, I don't know if you need to do it if you're Austria. I think you have a very good argument that a fleet in the Black Sea should not concern Italy. This is giving away a lot on Austria's part.
Yep. Elsewhere, Russia retakes Warsaw, and Germany continues to sort of, it's interesting. Germany moves to both Ruhr and Prussia, so a little bit of equivocation there. Not clear how the West is going to play out yet, given the moves to Picardy by France and the move to Ruhr by Germany. It'll be interesting to see. I'm sure there's a lot of discussions going on between the two of them about what happens next. Also fascinating is Norway to Skag, Sweden to Norway, as opposed to Norway to Barents, Sweden to Norway, or Sweden to Finland, which is really what you would expect in this position.
Yeah.
So that's, to me, very, very interesting, and probably does not bode well for the relationship between France and Germany.
Can we do a really quick tactics lesson? I just want to point something out. So Austria really needs to get Galicia out of there. Like, nothing is good about their position as long as Galicia is there.
Yeah.
And they were too conservative here. So if Romania goes to Galicia with support from Budapest while Warsaw hits Ukraine, then Romania can't really be taken. So Bulgaria can then go up. So what you want is Romania to go to Galicia here and Bulgaria to cover Romania.
Yeah, because the Bulgarian support is not cuttable, and you're tapping Ukraine, which prevents Russia. I mean, it's a guaranteed move. And if Ukraine goes to Romania, you're covering it from Bulgaria, so you get a bounce there. So that's, yeah, I think that's definitely one good way to do it. Okay, come fall, we've got the Italians moving to Armenia and holding in Khan, which I guess is good if you're Austria, because it suggests they're not immediately going to go to the Black Sea and follow with the army to Khan. So I guess that's okay for the moment. Again, a bounce in Western Med. One can only assume that this is continuously arranged, because Italy also moves out of Piedmont into Tuscany, really throwing a bone to France there. And now it looks like France and Germany are at a minimum not really trusting each other and possibly actually fighting. Very hard to tell what this triple 3-on-3 in Belgium really means, but clearly it's not a friendly move.
It certainly wasted units, if nothing else. Yeah, so we're at another sort of tipping point here. Russia hasn't been fatally wounded, but they've been pushed back, and my guess is AI probably sticks together and takes out some more of Russia. So we do have basically stasis in the West, with France, maybe in Germany, maybe having battle, or at least just using all their units to stay in place. We do have Edinburgh moving to York, which puts London under threat in a way that it wasn't before. It's all defensible by Wardy, but it takes away the ability to attack Holland or Belgium with 3. In the east, we have a lot of stasis here as well. Armenia, curiously, goes back to Ankara when it easily could have supported Romania into Sevastopol, which would have advanced the AI cause. So you have to wonder what that one's about. There's also some disagreement about who should be going to Bohemia, while Italy very clearly does not move west deliberately. But yeah, that Armenia, let's look and see what happens in the fall.
There's so many cagey moves on this board, right? I mean, the moving Armenia to Ank is very cagey. Just all the self bounces by Italy is very cagey. The Western moves France. I mean, it's just nobody's really willing to show their cards yet.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Feels like people think it's too early.
Most of I don't know the time for this game, but most extended deadline 24 hours. This had to be a really tough 24-hour period where these players are probably negotiating pretty furiously and stressing. I can imagine some sleepless nights while they're debating, what do I do? And this reads that nobody's come to that conclusion yet to me.
It feels to me like Italy wants to move on Austria. That's the feeling I get. So
I agree.
Khan to blank, Ank to Khan, Khan to black, I should say. Ionian to Adriatic, Tyrrhenians, they agree not to bounce and move their separate ways. And that's not what happens. Instead, we do get actually movement to the line from Austria and Italy in coordination with France. So one half of the plan here did work. Christopher Ward moved forward in his sphere, and they stopped wasting units on Western Mediterranean. I don't know whether that was, whether Wardy expected Italy to move on Austria here or not. I would be concerned if I were him that fleet is still in the Tyrrhenian Sea, because Andrew could have units on the Iberian Dots and Warsaw very quickly.
Do you think Andrew is just pushing his units forward. I mean, this is an interesting conga line, which obviously couldn't fail because they cut all the supports from Germany, so it was going to work. But I mean, to me, I'm not that jazzed about as Austria at having Italian units in Bohemia, Tyrolia, Venice, Fleet and Ionian, Fleet, and I'm not jazzed about that position. I don't know.
It's all Andrew is the one with the upper hand. He's the one with the offensive move. Joppa in Austria does not have an offensive move against anyone around them, really.
And it's interesting that if you just ask me based on what we're talking about and things like that, it feels like Andrew Koch is leading this game, but he's 2 centers behind the leader, Chris Trout, right now. And it just shows you the difference that the board position can make.
But I agree with you, Brian. I mean, if you're asking me what position I would rather have, if it's Italy or Germany here, I'd probably rather have the Italian position, because I think, what are the next couple of centers that you can gain? It's pretty obvious for Germany that beyond St. Petersburg, and even St. Petersburg right now isn't obvious, but even beyond that, like, you're more defensive against France and trying to hold on to Edinburgh, trying to hold on to Belgium, versus Italy is in position to potentially do something if they can get the Austrians to make the wrong moves or get out of position.
I think that what's interesting here for Italy is that Russia is still viable. And so Italy can form a wintergreen here that would be very effective and would produce a lot. Now, what would be interesting about that, though, is that would take the pressure off of Chris Trout and enable Chris to put up a defense against Wardy, which also is to Andrew Koch's benefit. So sort of we do feel like Koch is in the position to make a move here, whether he will or not is interesting. And whether Christopher Ward, Wardy could get the upper hand on Chris Trout, and then we have the France meta problem, and then Andrew Koch would have to move against him. So
and it's the ball's partly in Russia's court, right? If Russia's not playing ball with Italy, then none of this happens.
Yeah, so this is you, right?
Yeah, and it looks like that Russia is probably playing ball here, because here we go, right? So we've got Adriatic, we've got Vienna falling. Interesting that he goes to Aegean rather than the Black Sea. That's interesting, and that may be a bone to Russia. I'm not sure.
I like it, actually.
I mean, you gotta get Bulgaria and Greece before, and maybe Romania goes to Russia anyway. So maybe it's just the right move from the wintergreen perspective. Back in the West, it does look like Wardy takes Belgium, and I'm not sure why.
What does Ruhr do? Ruhr supports Munich here, not Belgium.
Ruhr supported Munich instead of Belgium. Okay, well, that's why it happens.
It's great for Wardy.
But it also looks like now is withdrawing back to mid-Atlantic, so this is not a full-out attack, or it's just Christopher Ward saying, I need to pull something back just in case Tyrrhenian Sea does something funky. I don't want to have that fleet all the way up in the Norwegian Sea.
That's got to be it. And really quickly, that's the kind of thing that can distinguish really top level play. Like, I think the top level players, or a play to make here would have been for Christopher Ward to figure out if Andrew Koch was going to do that or not.
Yeah, man, if he's in Norwegian here, that is a very different position, right?
Yep.
Very different. Okay. Italy cannot keep Vienna, but does take Trieste and Bulgaria instead. So they will be up, I guess, 3 because they've had a piff. For their troubles, they get a Russian army moving to Armenia.
I love that. I love that.
Which is kind of funny and cool, because they've left Sev open for another build if they decide they want to build a fleet there or an army there. And they've taken Rum, so they'll get that build. So that's pretty cool. And Wardy is now in the Western Med. So things are not easy for Andrew, but getting to build a bunch of units will certainly take some of the pain off of having some of the people around you doing things you don't like. And now it's a diplomatic question. Can you make a deal with Russia and say, okay, Ankara, or I'll put you in Budapest or whatever, and we work together, right? And is there a way we can divvy this up that you're happy with, and we're not actually fighting, and we're figuring out a productive way to move forward? I don't know what the answer to that is. The Sev to arm is certainly concerning if I'm Italy.
I love that play from Josh. That is such that's like the adults table play, because he's saying, yeah, thank you for working with me, and I'm glad I'm getting something out of it, but I'm not just going to be a show pony here. Like, yeah. I still try to want to win this game, and he now can be a very credible counterweight to Italy. He can present himself that way to the rest of the board. It's perfect.
Does that indirectly advantage Christopher Ward? I think had that not happened, I think everything, in my opinion, everything would have been in Andrew's favor. Now I think that gives Christopher Ward more of an opportunity, because Josh is going to have to either grow where Andrew's going to have to defend against it, or he's going to be taking sinners away from Germany, which will give Christopher Ward a little easier path than he would have had otherwise.
I think you're right, Brian. On the other hand, one of the nice things about Italy is you can really get a finger in every pie around around the board. And I do think that there's a diplomatic play that keeps Andrew in the driver's seat of this board, right? And again, if it's something about being in that central position as Italy that I think gives him an advantage from a diplomatic standpoint, being able to tell different stories to different parts of the board that all make sense and are all logical, right? It's a lot harder for Christopher Ward to do that, or even for Russia to necessarily be able to do that from this position.
I'll be honest, I think it actually advantages Chris Trout the most of anyone on this board. Chris is now really back in business. Isn't going to have people on his back, and especially has not lost anything in the North. I mean, Wardy's inability to actually gain anything in the North is a big deal.
So,
but I'll just counterpoint that and say, where is Chris Trout going to grow other than maybe making a play on St. Pete? Where is he going to grow? That's where I'm struggling to kind of see the German advantage here.
Yeah, so Brandon, you're suggesting Chris Trout, Josh Ostrowski want to work together here.
Well, so Chris is in a bit of a bind in that sense, and the question of what's the path forward, because he can really only grow through Josh or through Chris Ward. I think what Chris Trout needs to do here is to figure out. This is what I call the sort of web of alliances. Where is the push or pull that he's going to make reverberate to the other side of the board? In more simpler terms, he needs people to fight Andrew Koch. Does he need both Josh Ostrowski and Christopher Ward to fight Andrew Koch, or really just one of them? And if he can figure out how it's just one of them, then that's the person that he goes after. And it may very well be Josh. He has more to gain from Josh, and maybe less ability of Josh to actually fight Andrew Koch, because Josh also has Austrian dots to go after here. So, and builds a fleet. It's lovely.
That's fascinating. Yeah, Fleet
Brest. I think if you're Chris Trout, you did not want to see Fleet Brest. Is this me? This is me. Yeah. Okay. So Chris Ward made his choice here, and that was to fight the North. And so now, if you're Chris Trout, you definitely want to work with Josh Ostrowski, right? Either the decision was made for him, either he made the decision, or the decision was made for him. So what actually happens here in the South? We do have. Oh, I love arm to Smyrna here. Combined with Romania to Bulgaria. So that basically guaranteed not only that he would get one of those Italian dots down there, but that he wouldn't let Italy get better position. Love it. Really, really like that. The Austria gets into Trieste. Okay, so Russia has made a clear decision here, which is to go fully against Italy and not attack Austria. So use Austria as an ally here. So we have AR, maybe even call it GAR or AGR. We're doing alphabetical. Yeah, this is a fun game. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this game has it's been entertaining all along, but now if it was at a 7, like it's up to like a 9 right now. This is good stuff.
Yeah, and so Chris Trout, he got in position to get into Burgundy, and he takes it. Convoys Norway over to Edinburgh, so now has 2 armies. So he's going full bore on the with the battle against the French. A little thorn in the side of his is probably Josh Ostrowski in Russia going to St. Petersburg here. I think you really needed to negotiate that not happening. I think on both sides. I think if you're Josh Ostrowski, you don't want to mess with the West right here, because it looks like those two are headed for a little bit of a stalemate, and just let them slowly fight against each other. You certainly don't want to puncture the balloon and give France a chance to get big. So how do things actually work out in the East? Well, Josh in Russia gets 2 dots here, man. So Ankara was guaranteed, Khan wasn't. So this is a bit of a mistake here, a tactical mistake, or a decision on Andrew's part to give up on Khan and make sure that Greece gets taken, and loses Bulgaria for the effort, but regains Trieste. So I think the net here is Russia is +2. It just looked like shooting up here. So going up to 7, just going to be 2 behind the leaders. This is great. Love it.
I guess the silver lining of Moscow to St. Pete for Chris Trout is that it's not available for a fleet build. So
yeah,
it's going to come at the same thing.
Yeah, we get two army builds here from Josh. Those are the only adjustments. Oh, Italy had to pull one as well. So that army that was convoyed to Greece now has to go away. Now, and so Austria didn't get to put a unit down. What happens?
Yeah, I mean, Russia is now in business, right? So that's exciting for Russia, right? And man, they go down, they take Bulgaria with the, it seems like they're still probably at the moment working with the Austrians, though that may end come the fall, I'm imagining. They're getting some units up in the north to have some play up there. Josh is just saying, you know what, I'm back in this game and I'm going to fully exert my power. And indeed, that's what he's doing. I love these moves. It's great.
Andrew Coke going west here is a little surprising.
I think he's just, you mean going Tyrrhenian to Gofalion? Yeah, Gofalion is a strange move. I mean, he's also going to the Eastern Med, which I don't quite get some of those decisions.
That's in case Sev came down to Armenia. I think that's what he's worried about.
Yeah,
but he's now. I guess he's playing defense in the East, and maybe he thought like he could play a little offense in the West. But I'd rather have those units in the East and look for a diplomatic rearrangement.
Yeah. Yeah, and now it looks like Germany is pulling back to defend against the Russians, but Christopher Ward in France is not necessarily going to relent against
the retreat to Picardy is funny, like rather than Belgium.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly forces some guesses, right?
This is you, Andrew, I believe.
All right.
Adam, sorry.
Yeah, it looks like that France is going to retake Liverpool and lose London. So that's a net -1 for France because they're walking out of Edinburgh to. Why did he do it that way rather than supporting Clyden? He didn't want to get cut out of Liverpool. He didn't want to get the Edinburgh cut, I guess. I don't know, but he walks out of a German dot to retake his home dot, but then loses London in the process. Covers Brest, covers Paris, loses Marseille to the Italians. Up north, the Russians are supporting the French into Norway. That's very strange.
No, I like it. It's to get them fighting so that he can.
Yeah, I guess it's just part of just getting them fighting and creating chaos. So okay,
I'll make it easier for him to sneak into Norway.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just a whole lot of dipsy doodle down in the south in the south. So,
well, so all of this result, the net result is that a unit is transferred from Germany to Italy, I believe.
Yeah, no, Germany's +1 because they took. Why are they +1?
I think they had a PIF.
They had a PIF. Okay, and Russia's +1, right? I think Germany's not +1 in centers; they're just +1 in units from the PIF. But Russia's +1 in centers, so Russia continues to grow here.
So why didn't Italy get a build off of Marseille? Did they lose one?
They lost Greece.
Did they, Brian?
They owned Greece, so the
Okay.
Austrians
Okay,
took
that's
Greece.
why.
Yeah.
That's why.
I'll say that is the hardest fought flat line for the German nine centers that we've seen. A score graph does not tell the story of what's happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it was just they were never able to get aligned enough with their ally in France to have any room to expand. I think earlier on they had some opportunities to get an army into Russia, right? When they could have taken St. Petersburg, and they chose to sort of shift things around, and that may have been due to justified paranoia because they're fighting France now. But I think had they done that earlier, it would have been a clearer path for them to grow, and maybe they could have made another deal with the French. But here we are.
Germany's game is far from over, and the thing you want to do as Germany is win the North, and he's making a play at that somewhat belatedly, while also getting into position to put some hurt on the French, who are giving up on Scandinavia. This is we wondered about Andrew's move west with just those 2 units, and it's paying off. He is getting some offense, while he's basically losing dots in the east and gaining them in the west, and possibly imbalancing the west in a way that may end up ultimately benefiting Germany the most. But he is at least does have a path forward. So what actually happens all over the place then? I think I've covered. So France pulls back into Norway, into the North Sea, and there's a supported bounce in Norway. We have Russia going into the Black Sea here and trying to get an army down there, and moving into Budapest. So that'd be interesting to see whether that. I assume that Austria is happy to let Russia take dots behind them. Russia, man.
They might try and push that army forward.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why Russia wanted to be in the Black Sea here rather than have that fleet out in Cannes.
Yeah, it's
Do you see a good reason for that?
I think they probably couldn't get there's a fleet in Smyrna, so that army in Ankh can move into Constantinople now. I think they probably felt stuck and figured they just had more options in the Black Sea. I don't know. So much for that, because actually it's Bulgaria that's trying to come back here into Constantinople. But yeah, they do pick up one off of Austria, who is taking one off of Italy. So it's actually really nice to, when you have an ally in this situation, to push them forward, and you're the one who's actually picking up the dots, and they're just staying even. Over in the West, we have Italy getting another one off of France, but having lost one in Trieste, we're still not getting a build. And in the north here, we have another standoff in Norway between 2 powers, neither of whom own it. So Chris Ward is probably happy to see that. But Chris Trout does take Paris here, but loses Edinburgh and has a unit piff. So actually, they're going to get to put down 2 units. Or no, just 1. Sorry, because they're even. Yeah, Wardy's really sort of dribbled down here, though. Wardy's game is more or less over. And Josh now tied for the lead. It's just a fantastic rebound here.
Very, very good. And plenty of growth opportunity. I mean, much more than anyone else on this board.
Yeah.
I don't know who will win this, but regardless of whether or not Josh wins, he's definitely won my respect this game. There have been some fantastic choices.
Yeah, Italy is not out of this by any stretch, although they keep losing units in the east, so that's going to be a problem.
Well, as long as the Austrians are going to just be the puppet of the Russians, those dots are going to be Russian at some point. So I don't see anyone other than Russia winning this game.
At this point, yeah, without a change. Yeah, so Italy needs to stop losing units in the east while taking them in the west. Sorry, I'm stepping on.
No, that's fine. And indeed, I think this is what keeps happening. Austria's taking Venice, and Russia's taking Serbia. Next turn, maybe Austria will take Rome, and Russia will take Vienna, and so on and so forth. and it's just going to be a steady rise for the Russians. I mean, they just don't have enough, because of the fighting between the Germans and the French, and what's going on with the Italians. I don't think there's just any significant resistance. And here they go back out of black back into Khan, which is, I think, kind of my point about not clear on why they needed to be there anyway. But now they take 2 more Austrian dots because there's no reason not to from this position.
Yeah. And they get Norway as well.
Norway. Okay,
yeah,
so this is really just an insurmountable.
Man, well done, Josh Ostrowski.
That was just a beautifully played game. I mean, it's amazing to see a Russia that's kind of stuck at 4 for a while, and then really be able to turn it around. And I think that was that initial aggressive play. I think Brandon made the comment, how even at 4 dots when they were first making that gain to get Romania back, they dropped into Armenia really to say, I mean business in this game, and they played like they meant business. Perfect. And what a great game.
Really, really perfect play.
I can't say it any better than that. So Josh Ostrowski going to the championship game. And with that, we will go ahead and switch to it. And just a quick reminder for everybody, if you are enjoying the broadcast, please give it a like, subscribe, put in a comment, explain your thoughts, give some compliments to Josh and all the other players we've seen. These have been some fantastic games. Really appreciate our players, and thanks again to Dip Chat. Got an active chat tonight, always a lot of fun. Thank you all for watching and participating, and thanks for everybody who's watching on replay as well. So now we proceed to the final game of the second Olympus extended deadline tournament season. The final is Zeus, the one to rule them all. Our top board, as a reminder, they had in the preliminary rounds had to score enough to qualify for the semifinals. In the semifinals, there were 7 games played, 4 first chance, 3 last chance. 4 first chance winners automatically proceeded. The losers had a second opportunity to play again in the last chance rounds. The winners of those 3 games all came in. Here are your final players. Adam, we're going to give you a break. We're going to bring David Hood back in and have Brandon Fogel introduce our final board.
All right, we're calling it Lair. I don't think
I think it's Lare. I think he says Lare.
All right, so Lare in Austria. After that impressive performance in the last chance round. England, a name familiar to all of us, sometime DBN contributor and excellent player, Riaz Varani, who took the number 9 seed in last year's DBNI. In France, we have some neophyte named Jordan Connors. Have you guys heard of this person before?
Vaguely. I think, I can't get Chuck Connors out of my head, but whatever.
Yeah, or Jimmy Connors. Maybe he thinks he's Jimmy Connors and is just sort of walked into the wrong court. Nick Volpez in Germany. Italy, we have Greg Matthews, another very, very well-known and accomplished extended deadline player who's also ventured into the face-to-face world and has played in a couple DBNIs in Italy. So that's one to watch out for, a dangerous player there. Russia, a repeat, the sequel, Josh Ostrowski. We just saw him with a fantastic comeback story in Russia. Pulls Russia again for the final. And in Turkey, we've got Bradley Grace, is a player who has made a lot of noise on the face-to-face circuit, sort of has steadily risen over these past 2 or 3 years. And you can see he had that number 3 DBNI seed last year. So he's playing in Turkey. So let's dive in. A lot of good players on this board that we either know well or have seen play tonight. All right, so this one starts out. Let's see what year in the past I can liken this to. It looks relatively straightforward. We have the what do we call this? The subtle hood hog when they combine Picardy and Burgundy with Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, although in this case I think it's probably an arranged bounce.
Yeah, probably. We have Riaz in England going to Yorkshire, but otherwise leaving the English Channel DMZ'd. In the East, we have Bounce and Black Sea. So the one curiosity here is that Smyrna opens to Syria from Bradley Grace, which is something we see in the face-to-face circuit sometimes when people sort of want to send a signal to Italy. And here we'll go back to our Gandalf references. You shall not pass. And that is, I think, what that is intended to mean. Greg Matthews in Venice stays put. All right, fall. Does anything more interesting happen? Well, Turkey helps Russia into Romania and has a bounce in Armenia. So that's an interesting follow-on, actually, for that Syria opening. You go to Russia and you say, hey, I'm going to go to Armenia. I think you should bounce me. That keeps both of our units with something to do. Kind of like that. In Greg Matthews in Italy, we have an attempted bounce in Tunis, self-bounce. That does not work. But the net result is that Apulia gets in and he goes +1. Austria covers Trieste here rather than Galicia, and so that tells us a little bit about the negotiations, the relationships between these players, but Galicia remains open. The big news is kind of in the west then, I guess, where Sweden is not bounced. Kiel goes to Ruhr, and York gets into Holland. So these are not things you typically see happen in a diplomacy game. And if you're Germany, this is quite a thing to do. My suspicion is that Nick was forced into it, or that Riaz was a sweet talker. I don't know. David, what do you think happened here?
It's either that or it's frankly a misorder.
I think it might be a misorder.
Because there's really no justification for going to Ruhr here. There's no way to spin this as anything other than a bad move. So I think it's probably a misorder. I mean, this is on Backstabber. It's not something that you're, it's easy to misorder if you don't pay close attention. So
these players have 24 hours to look at these. Is there an argument that if Riaz comes to you and says, hey, if you let me have Holland, then I'll have reason to turn on France?
If anybody could pull off that complete load of baloney, if Riaz Barati, but I just don't think so. It's got to be some kind of misorder or something.
Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. What it is terrible.
For Germany, yeah. Do I call it the orders or the builds?
Well, I mean, I don't know that there's anything of great interest here. I mean, the really, at this point, Germany kind of had to build the army there instead of a fleet, and that's really the only thing that's even worthy of not a misorder. Okay, Bradley. Okay. I've watched that video, and I guess I've just forgot what he said. So,
well, so we've got 2 fleets on the English Channel. I mean, that's kind of the interesting thing here, and it doesn't matter.
It does not. Silesia is obviously important. Baltic, because that's appears to be a run in on the German position on the part of the Russians. Jordan Bradley getting his 2 fleets out into the water matters in the east, I would say, with support of the Austrians. The fact that Greg and Laurie are not getting along here was obvious from the fall 1901 moves, but it's really coming home to roost here, and you can see the Italians are going to lose Venice.
Yeah, this is an ART.
They do lose Venice. Austrians take Bulgaria because the Turks are going into Greece and so forth. In the West, it's just really bad for our friend Nick here. The Russians prioritize putting the English into Denmark. Makes sense. He assumed the Germans were going to bounce him in Berlin. There's no reason to waste the order there. Go ahead and enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation. Plus, he's getting Norway out of it and getting the guy out of Sweden. So it all works out.
I wonder if you're Riaz, though, why do you I wonder if
one enemy at a time. One enemy at a time.
Yeah. It just feels like Jordan Connors is having a very easy ride here. And do you let a player that dangerous?
Well, don't you need to give him? I mean, he's new to the game. Give him,
fair enough.
Give him some consideration.
Yeah, we just saw it in chat earlier today. His first game. So.
That's right. Very first game ever played. All right, spring 1903, Riaz pays the price for being too nice to Jordan Connors, and the result is that he will almost certainly have an army convoyed into Clyde in the fall. He is, however, taking out Kiel, so Germany is on their way out, and interestingly, that's with a little bit of help from Jordan, who is at least hitting Munich. but probably doesn't care. You know, this is a place where, so Riaz has this fleet in Skagerrak, which is not doing anything useful for him because he's not attacking Russia, when it could very well be in Norwegian Sea and available for an attack. So this may have a defense rather against Jordan. So this may have informed part of Jordan's reasoning in going after Riaz now, which is very impressive logic for a novice like Jordan Connors.
It's true. It's amazing. Somebody must have given him that idea. Certainly couldn't come to him on his own.
It's probably Greg Matthews.
Probably.
So in all seriousness here, this is a point in the game where I have struggled. I do tend to really not have a lot of success going against England this early when I'm France. And especially in this situation, we've got Riaz going up +1, I think, right? If he's able to hold on to it.
Yeah, it's a spring tournament. So.
Yeah. So
I can tell you from the board read why it looks like the right play to me. And there's a couple of reasons here. One is that Russia is quite strong. And so if you're worried about it might be that Josh is very interested in fighting Riaz on the other side. And so that will increase your chances of you not getting stalemated against England. But kind of the bigger consideration here is that Italy is weakened, but not out of it. And the East is a mess. So we now see that Austria is moving on Turkey with the help of the Russians. So we have an AR here, and as long as Italy doesn't vaporize, which may require Jordan sending a fleet down there, I don't know. It's a risky play. I've outlined reasons for why it might be useful, but there is the concern that Russia might not help out and that they could get stalemated. David, what are your thoughts on that?
It's a risk for sure.
Yeah. But it's better than going after Tunis here, right? And and completely destroying Greg, which would be your other option.
Yeah, that's clearly what he was thinking. I'm not sure I wouldn't have just gone after the centers if I were him, but in this situation. But I guess
take Munich and Tunis and see what happens next.
I would think so. Because I'm more of a tempo player than a lot of people are in a top board situation.
I predicted that we would see that army go to Clyde. That is not what happened.
No.
And Munich was taken here. Riaz was forced to retreat that army into Holland, which may have been a mistake on his part. And although he takes Norway. So maybe there was a guess there with Russia, or that they agreed on that or something. Jordan's move past Riaz here is fascinating. And it could be an argument for Russia. But I don't know. If you're Russia, you probably worry about that positioning. Huh.
Sometimes you do bypass centers if you think you can come back and take them later, or you can fake them into being a sort of a puppet / junior partner. But I don't know that you can think that Riaz is going to be a satisfying junior partner.
Yeah, I don't see Riaz, especially unless he's just like that. I don't think there's anybody he's obviously pissed off at either. So I can't see that as a likely thing. I think it's more likely that my read is Jordan's in a great position here where he can say, hey, we can work together and you have to do what I want because I have the leverage, or I can go take your dots.
But Riaz is building here. He probably should be building 2, but still building 1. That was a surprising play.
Maybe just a rookie mistake from Jordan Connor. First time he's had the.
Good point.
Well, regardless of whether or not we would have done that, this is the board state we're in, and I like it. It's fun. It's different.
It's an interesting game for sure.
Those builds are what I would have expected. Fleets. The question is just what happens next. So why doesn't Riaz boot him out of Norwegian?
Prioritized taking a shot at English Channel, or at least pinning English Channel somehow.
That's very strange, isn't it?
Well, you kick him out of Norwegian. Where does he retreat to?
Edinburgh.
So that's not great. Which means you got to move Liverpool to Edinburgh to block that. Which means there's a retreat to Clyde, or the guy goes to Wales. I mean, I don't know. There's more than one way to play this.
Oh no, but
I wish
Denmark
Riaz was any good at tactics.
I know. And Denmark is just going to Helgoland, which seems a waste of that unit. Very curious on
As
Riaz's
opposed to
part.
what?
Well, maybe make north the mover, and
Go to North Sea.
yeah,
Maybe there was, some arrangement here to keep to have a good relationship with the Russians, get your units away from the Russian centers. I don't know.
it doesn't seem like the right time for that kind of consideration. Maybe it's to hold on. So now he can support Holland, so it's just purely defensive. I don't like that. I think if you're in Riaz's position, you have to make bold moves that improve your tactical position.
Let's see what happens in the fall.
I
mean, he did use it to support Holland, right? No, he used it to go to Holland because he was trying to convoy out as a block. Paul Lynn for the block. Come on. Who got that?
Well, and in that case, I think even more reason why in the spring you would want to boot him out.
As you say, you have a long time to do these tactics, so maybe he has sandboxed this more than we have in our heads for the last 15 seconds. But in general, I agree with you. It seems like that's a little suboptimal tactics-wise.
And meanwhile, in the east, nothing actually changes except for Greg Matthews gets into a Puglia position.
Greg's going to go try to take
yeah.
his center back.
Yeah.
So winter of 1904, we say
Fairly static,
well,
fairly static turn in terms of center count.
Yeah, Germany gets eliminated and Russia picks it up.
Basically it.
Is this me? Okay, so Russia finally gets an army into Armenia, which, as we know, is Josh's favorite place to be and opens up lots of possibilities for him. Greg Matthews does get Venice here, so this may be partially negotiated and a really nice way for Greg to sort of finally get back in the game and possibly become someone who can do something against Jordan. In the north, we do have some movement here. Jordan pulls the fleets back now. And that is going to help Riaz quite a bit, but Jordan does lose Munich, which is, I think, basically inevitable. Yeah, that's kind of it. So
yeah, great. Bradley knew what he was doing to get back in defensive position, so the Russians couldn't do anything.
Wow, this is a bit of a surprise now. We've got so there was a guess around the Turkish centers, and Russia decided, instead of guessing, to just turn and make a move on Austria instead. Austria is going down one. Italy is going up one. So this is probably music to Bradley's ears, but maybe relatively.
Well, the move of the turn is Serbia to Budapest to sniff this out.
Yeah,
that's the move of the turn for me.
Yeah.
There any reason anyone would have tipped that off?
I think if you are Italy, you probably tip that off. What do you think?
Well, if Italy knows this, then Russia talks too much. People talk too much. People should listen and talk less in negotiations. But I do say when you're playing extended deadline, you do talk a lot more.
Yeah.
And I would argue that a lot more information gets shared than probably should get shared, just because nature abhors a vacuum. So you've got lots of time, and the time sucks information.
Jordan would have a reason, I think, to leak that as well.
Yeah, that's why Russia shouldn't have not told anybody. That's what I'm saying.
Totally. Oh, I love this turn. This is great.
I also like this turn because there's a lot going on here. You always like it when you've got multinational convoys.
Mm-hmm.
We have one into Bulgaria, so that's fun. So, Greg's actually getting into a position where his units are actually involved instead of just sitting around. We've got, Riaz now going to the North Atlantic after Jordan's been there a couple of times. And The English have taken Kiel, right? With
Yeah,
support of
with French help. Yeah.
which again makes you wonder, all right, how long does that last with North Atlantic and Irish happening? So Riaz must have thought he was just going to take help in the spring from France, but then move against him in the fall or something. I'm a little unclear about
Yeah,
that.
or maybe there's just a big
Egypt
trust
Federation.
deficit between the two of them.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
And
Oh,
now
man.
the Russians are back, taking Denmark, taking Kiel back,
Yeah.
taking
Oh, that's.
Romania back,
Oh,
and
wow.
keeping Budapest.
Just when Riaz thought he was getting a little bit of traction. Mm.
But now let me just make a pivot and talk about Bradley for a minute. This is why a Turkish units down to 3 is not out of the game at all. I mean, we saw Josh come back with 3 in Russia the last game, but that's really unusual. This is not unusual.
Yep.
For Turkey, if you don't kill them, they're like a bad virus. You don't kill them, they start growing again.
Yeah, and Greg Matthews going up 1 here. So they're both at 5, the two of them. So all of a sudden, yeah, IT back up.
After AR was looking so powerful.
Yeah. And so, Jordan Connors shows his beginnerness, or his novice by he's flip-flopping here, right? Supporting Riaz into Kiel one turn, and then supporting Josh back into Kiel the next turn. You often see this with new players; they just can't make up their minds.
Do you think there was understanding between Jordan and Bradley and Greg that they were all going to turn on the people they were working with previously?
Like it was coordinated all at the
do you
same
think
time?
that was coordinated? Yep.
I think Bradley's just been trying to survive the whole time. Probably the same with Greg as well. I think they've been looking for any opportunity they can to get back in.
I think that's right.
Good on both of them for staying with it, and especially Greg. It looked like it was a rat early on, I think, and
Yeah, it
that's
was
a tough spot for Italy to come back from.
2 fleets. Oh, from Bradley. Oh man, that's when you're Greg Matthews. You just look at that and you'd be like, what?
But there's a Russian fleet in the Black Sea.
What did I do? What did I do, man?
Well, now again, I have to point out Josh's position looks really awesome until you realize you're Russia.
Yeah,
and you're precarious. So we'll see, because Riaz is convoyed into Denmark.
and he's walked out. That's surprising.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe that might be a deal of some kind. I mean, you need to have a friend.
I think it may have been naive of Riaz to. I think Riaz has had a problem of trusting the wrong people so far this game, and I think he's repeated that mistake more than once. But he can get off the mat.
You mean Jordan Connors?
Yeah.
Well,
Josh,
I'm just going to make a general point. It's 1907. I don't know that there is time to be beaching a fleet in Clyde. I just don't.
I don't like it.
It's not my style to begin with. But even for those that it is their style, I just don't know in a time limited game if that's what you do.
It's just defensive is the problem. Is that he's just worried about negotiating a truce with Jordan and then Jordan slipping into Irish Sea or North Atlantic. And maybe he's leaked that he's going to convoy, and so he knows that he's vulnerable. But it slows your tempo down so much. So,
I mean, I would just stay in North Atlantic if I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
Just to keep Jordan a little honest. But maybe that was the idea. Jordan said, you got to leave North Atlantic so I can have fleet flexibility.
Yeah, so Mid-Atlantic should be going to Portugal then, right? Like,
yes, it's got to be a two-way street.
Exactly.
All right, fall 1907. What do you have for us?
All right, so we do have Riaz now picking up 2. So Jordan, I think it's what's clear is that the thing that Jordan loves most about diplomacy is supporting other players into Kiel. And that is often a beginner's mistake as well. just get really obsessed with that, and it's clear that that's what Jordan is doing.
I mean,
here.
he can do it with both hands. He can support for Burr and he can support for Burr. He's amphibious, as a NC State basketball player once famously said. He's amphibious.
Elsewise, we do get Clyde now going into the Norwegian Sea, and English Channel is safe for now. Josh, for his part, though he's losing 2 in the West, is also not holding on to Serbia, but is picking up Vienna. So we'll only go down 1 total. Bradley Grace picking up Serbia here. This is clearly by what's the unanimous assent. But Bradley's also pulling a fleet back too. So, this RT is maybe not the most friendly one.
It's about to be an IT, I think.
Yeah. Two armies from Riaz. All right. And an army from Bradley Grace.
I dare you to come. I dare you to come try to get me. Well, I mean, some English players just like armies anyway. I'm more of a fleet guy, unless I'm way bigger than this. But some people just like the put the armies on the continent and try to go inland. That's what he's trying to do here.
Yep. And for his trouble,
here comes the Irish. Although the convoy didn't work, so that's probably good.
Yeah. Why would you? I don't know why you would leave English Channel here. I guess if you're thinking that both convoys are going to work.
That was the theory.
Convoy,
was the theory.
But so once again, Jordan has supported someone into Kiel.
He has. He's a supportive man, Jordan Connor.
But from Riaz's perspective, the moment he agrees to work with Jordan turns on him again.
There's a lot going on in the East right now too.
Well, you do have. This was going to happen given the build and all that, but he's getting in the Black Sea. It's significant.
That convoy to Albania was curious, and we see what ultimately happens is that Turkey's the one that has to give up a dot here. So I think you'd much rather have had those units, say, positioned to go against to attack Vienna or something like that. I'm sorry, David. This is on you.
Well, we're sort of tag team in this particular game. Let's say they take Romania. I mean, it's it's the story of Turkey coming back from a 3-center position. It is a song we've all heard before, and Bradley is playing it well. Somebody is taking Kiel without French support. How do you even do that?
I didn't think that was allowed in the rules.
I'm not sure you could do that in this game.
I thought France always had to support someone into Kiel, some other player.
I don't know, but how many times has Kiel switched ownership? A lot.
I think every single turn.
Very close to it, anyway. All right, let's see the post-fall position. All right. Yeah. This is actually a pretty dynamic game, the way it didn't look like in the beginning, but it has really gotten dynamic here.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is that France feels like France has had the best position this whole game and sort of continues to creepily, steadily improve that position. But with Italy now reviving, there's potential here for Italy to provide some kind of counterweight to France. But it kind of feels like the moment to do that is now.
It probably is, although he doesn't really have the ability to do it.
Yeah.
He's got no army in Venice. He's got a fleet in Venice. Fleet in Venice is almost useless. So there's not even really much. I see what he's doing, but that's going to take a while for that to really matter, if he's even going.
I mean, he's certainly sending 2 units that way and can, have them against the Iberian Peninsula very quickly. But it's a hard one for Greg because he needs to be able to do that without simply handing the game over to Bradley. So he is really caught in a vice there and needs to make progress against Russia here. Meanwhile, Jordan has taken Kiel now, which
supported himself to Kiel this time.
I know, which also I didn't realize was allowed in the rules. But
Kiel was moving here.
Well, he had 3 on Kiel, and so in order for Riaz to keep Kiel, he would have needed Russian support. And Russia and England have been fighting each other for several years now. each of them with French support.
I'm just trying to figure out why you would, I guess, go ahead and move to Helgoland so you're next to North Sea. I guess that was the theory. I mean, obviously you could retreat there.
Yeah.
But
but why?
Just go ahead and guarantee that you can go there, I guess, from a tactical point of view. Maybe that's a better move.
It probably would make sense to wait. But clearly,
waited. But
Russia and England are fighting, right? Like as long as Russia and England are fighting, then it's great news for France, and that's
as long as Russia and England are fighting in Italy. It did not just go to Leon and Western Mid. This game is essentially over.
Yeah,
unless something very bizarre happens. It seems to me.
If the East broke in a way that one of them somehow got the upper hand on the other two, then they could race, I think. But
doesn't look real likely though.
No, it doesn't. So now Russia actually gets one off of gets Romania back,
which means that the Turk is retreating to Sev. So that was not a net benefit.
So why doesn't Italy end up getting one in the East? Do they not?
It getting what?
Probably should be getting Greece here. I think
you can't because Romania hit it. I mean, that's just good tactics on Bradley's part, knowing that he didn't. So Bradley made sure that Italy didn't take Greece, and he got Sev. So it's just
So, but I wonder if this is a break in the IT alliance.
I think it absolutely.
I don't really think they have an alliance at this point. They think maybe they did before now, but they don't have it now. If they had an alliance, Greg would be sending fleets to Leon and Western Mid.
Yeah, they should have an alliance. I think that's probably what we are thinking underneath it. This should be IT all the way right now. It makes sense on multiple fronts because Russia right now is fighting England, and you need England to fight France. So fighting Russia together helps you in that regard, and also they both need Italy to be able to send fleets west and fight France. So it does feels like the board is not recognizing that the game is about to slide into past a point of no return.
They don't care.
Or maybe they don't.
Sometimes you don't. These final boards can be a popularity contest. Well, I don't really care if Jordan wins. At least that blankety blank guy didn't win. That's the way you end up winning top boards a lot of times. Unless somebody, snakes the top board from you in some weird move at the end of the game or something.
Some people don't like that, but I say that is diplomacy. So
absolutely diplomacy. And anybody that doesn't like that doesn't understand that is a fundamental part of the game. It's a fundamental part of it. It doesn't matter whether it's a top board situation or not. You really do the best when people don't mind if you do well.
Yeah.
You do it.
All right. So is there a way that Jordan can lose this game at this point?
If Bradley and Greg work together, yes.
I think it may be actually even too late for that.
I don't even think that would help that much. Yeah. It would help some, but it's not going to help very much. There's just not enough. England and Russia are not working together, which means this game is over.
At the very least, England and Russia would have to work together, and even then, I think it would be unlikely.
I mean, Denmark holds, and they take Norway. That is not helping to keep. In other words, Russia doesn't care if Jordan tops the board.
Yeah. And now Riaz.
Neither does Greg, apparently.
Yep.
So,
this game
he's going to top the board because who's going to stop him?
Game is largely over. I'm surprised they're still playing, to be honest. Now we have Jordan going across the line because why not?
What else do you have to do?
Who would? I don't know if they're submitting draw votes, but let's assume they are. Who's saying no?
I will say that Riaz can be somebody who says, "Well, I'm not voting. I'm not letting you win that way, Jordan. I'm going to keep fighting." I mean, that is a way that Riaz can sometimes react.
I don't think he would in this case. Like, he's not supporting himself to the channel. Maybe Bradley is one who would keep this game going in the hope of something happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if I'm Bradley, I'm talking to England and Russia and Craig and saying, guys, come on, let's stop Jordan. Like,
they probably had this discussion a year and a half ago. I mean, and if it didn't work, I don't think somebody's just mad and voting it down. Nobody's actually going to think they're going to beat Jordan at this point. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah. Especially with a 1912 endpoint. No, this game is over. This game should be drawn.
Is when Greg decided not to go to Leon and Western Mid, and that was basically a tip off.
Yep. And Bradley and he fought. They also could have been like, let's just play it out. See what happens.
I mean, the game is fun to play.
You know, for a beginning player, for a player who hardly had ever played before, this is a very impressive result.
You know, there are people who are watching that maybe don't know that all of this is a joke, and Jordan is one of the most experienced and best players in the world and has been for years, and there's nothing surprising about this result.
He's a fantastic press player, has demonstrated that time and time again in extended deadline. I've seen him play gunboat. He's the best gunboat player I have seen. You know, we have a series of sort of private tournaments that he has won more times than anybody. And this game actually was not that different from a gunboat game. At least it didn't look like it from here.
Well, it's not like he had a strong alliance partner. He just had some non-aggression and some short-term deal kind of making, so transactional play.
Yeah,
it worked out well.
I would say from my perspective, this is as close to a game that was forced by the tactics as, like, for most top boards, I would say that the strategic and diplomatic reads are what kind of defined this game. And in this particular one, I mean, that's important. He clearly was able to negotiate and make himself not the target. Almost every player in the game was going away from him, which is always good. But like the back and forth that we saw, that there was a lot more of that than I'm used to seeing. And I think there are just some really strong choices about when to do that and how to do that and who to do that to, that made this a lot more tactical than a lot of other top boards that we've covered on DBN.
Well, there's also just a very general point to make. If France is getting a lot of success in the West and Italy doesn't intervene, that there's nothing else to be said.
And if Russia and England don't unite against,
if there's no way for them to unite, they can't get along, whatever. That's my point. If France is doing really well in the West, whatever the reason is, whether Russia and England can't unite, whatever it is, if Italy doesn't counterbalance, I mean, I'm not a balance of power player, but even I know that. You know, you've got to send your guys west in that situation if you care. I don't think Greg cared about Jordan topping the board.
Yeah, he certainly had his own things to deal with. I think the thing that stuck out to me was how Jordan controlled Riaz. I mean, that is not something we see happen to Riaz very much. And Jordan effectively boxed him in at every step of that game, either through his own positioning, his own tactical play, or through this transactional play that David brought up. We're basically getting Riaz and Josh to kind of keep at each other's throats with a little assist from him. I mean, that was extraordinary, right? Like, Riaz is a very accomplished diplomat. Josh clearly has a lot of diplomatic skill. You'd think that the two of them could have at some point gotten on the same page, and Jordan prevented that from happening. And that's masterful play.
All right. Well, Brandon, we will say farewell to you, give you a break. We'll welcome Adam back. And before we move on to our next broadcast, I do just want to give a shout out to the Olympus organizers. Really, really good event. This is the second year now where I would say this is quite possibly the most talent that I have ever seen in a single extended deadline format competition. And it's very, very impressive what these players have done, and really happy to see that event, and appreciate Bob's Builder and all the people that are helping on that to make these events happen.
And season 3 of Olympus is starting there.
Yeah, we can't wait to cover it. And I will also say we've got one of our media partners, Diplomats, has done quite a bit of coverage of this event. So if you enjoyed the games that you saw and you'd like to get another perspective, perhaps some deeper analysis, definitely check out the Diplomats. Search for Diplomats Ed Sullivan, I think, on YouTube. It will come up, and we might even have a link in our channel. Definitely check out our show notes. I'll make sure it's there as well. So with that, let's take a look and return now to the Virtual Diplomacy League. We had a little teaser on this one earlier, BDL 198. And David, I'm going to let you introduce our players here.
Captain Gaming is somebody we've seen already one time tonight. Doug Malott, DB&I finalist last year, a longtime player. I mean, he's a veteran, almost as long as been playing the game as long as I have, maybe longer than me. So it's great to see him involved in this kind of format. Caleb Sue, a player I don't know. Patrick Jacobson, a relatively newer player from California. We met him at the Denver tournament this year. What an exuberant guy, and I know he loves the game, and it's always fun to watch people play who love to play the game. Jamie Leonard, we have seen him in the past. I don't know that I have seen him play lately. Robert Hillier, one of the Australian players that we have seen in VDL games, and also I think has played in the Snake Pit League. And the same for Jason Groh, who I think we've already seen one time tonight.
All right, well, let's get to it. Final 2 games of the night and Spring 1901. David, take us away.
Right. Let's see. I am looking for anything unusual, and I am seeing nothing unusual. You know, they got the Armenian fist bump move there with the fleet going into Khan. That's the only thing that's not sort of standard for the last several years. That's more of a recent occurrence, but otherwise, all of these openings are really pretty common. You don't see the Army to Edinburgh opening as much, you know, maybe than you might think you should, but that's the only one I would say is even remotely surprising. And then we've got the English Army going into Belgium, which we often see. Caleb slipping into Munich is not something that you see very often. So that is really something. And that is the move of the turn as far as I'm concerned. The rest of this is somewhat standard and almost pedestrian. But Burgundy to Munich, I mean, it's one of those things you can't really hold it per se, but it sure does screw the German position.
Yeah, also the French moving the fleet to the south coast of Spain and the army into Portugal is interesting because they could have done it the other way and had the army closer to home, but moving to the south coast of Spain is definitely a little bit more aggressive there.
Yeah, it gives you more flexibility.
Well, but the army's further from home, so it gives you less defensive potential because it takes a little bit longer to get that army back. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. But if you're going to put a fleet down in Marseille, certainly gives Italy something to think about.
Yeah, that army could be headed to Tuscany, for example.
Yeah.
Well, I see we've got Piedmont, so maybe not. It might just go to Marseille.
Well, we've got the dreaded Italian Army North Africa, so that's something that France is going to have to watch out for, of course. But indeed, you know, it did attract Italy's attention, right? Because they're in the Tyrrhenian Sea, they moved to Piedmont. So that's interesting. It's also interesting that France decided to support themselves to Picardy rather than dropping Paris to Gascony or Burgundy. They've got the forward retreat with Munich, which is always interesting, going to Silesia. So this, you know, maybe this is something where they have things worked out with Germany at this point, especially with England supporting themselves into Holland. You know, doesn't bode well for the English-German relations, but, you know, maybe putting France in the driver's seat over there. Also having I mean, this is everybody's against the German, I guess, with Sweden dropping into Baltic and Norway to Skagerrak as well. In the east, I think there's not a lot of movement down there. 2-on-2 in Galicia and Smyrna going out to the Eastern Med. In the fall, similarly in the east, still not a lot happening, except the Russians do in fact take Galicia this time. The French, from their forward position in Silesia, go back towards Munich, which is, you know, just a one-on-one. So that doesn't achieve very much. But the English do manage to take Denmark. So this is not very good for the Germans here. So the English will go up 2 from Denmark and Holland. The French pull back. They must have worked things out with Italy because Italy is trying to move in the opposite direction, but not really achieving a whole lot.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. 2 armies for England. That's always interesting.
That is really something. That's a choice. Again, a choice that many good players make. It's not usually what I do, but Doug knows what he's doing here. Yeah, and he's already got it into Denmark. Takes Kiel. Yeah, I don't know what my buddy Patrick did here, but nobody wants to help him at all. They're all wanting to kill him. And the question is which two are going to remain friendly afterwards. Those French fleets there must be making Doug a little bit uncomfortable that they haven't gone into the Med, or at least one of them into the Med or something.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty typical, that France can afford to do this in an EF alliance early in the game, right? And just keep those fleets have nothing to do. So they just kind of sit there, and then, you got to just play a waiting game, which means, Doug is going to have to keep an army on in England, as a potential defensive movement, which is not very unit economical. It's not great for France either to have those fleets not doing anything, but kind of understand not wanting to drop them into Western Med or North Africa quite yet until you can actually get Tunis out of it. And maybe you need to turn it around against England at some point, so you've got that flexibility.
Yeah, giving yourself flexibility. The convoy to Albania is often seen as an anti-Austrian move, but I don't think it is here. I think it's just intended to be another defender.
Could be defending against the RT, maybe.
Yeah, it's defense against the RT in the same way that France coming down to help defend can be. Yes, technically that's probably where it is, but then it gives you a lot of nice options if the situation arises.
Yep.
All right, so there goes France, because they had taken Belgium there, and now they've gone into the Irish Sea and come back out. So they have decided what they're doing. The French still help the Russians into Berlin. Doug's still winning the game, but he does have to deal with these pesky French.
Yeah, it's not that great. I mean, he did retake, and why is he? Oh, he's the 3-on-2 is why he's retaking Belgium, so that's positive. But yeah, I mean, he's going to be tied up a little bit there, but it's not a terrible position.
No.
He's going to be playing a little bit of a guessy game with the Russians, I guess, up in Scandinavia, but that's okay.
I think he's probably worked something out with Robert. That would be my guess.
Yeah, and the East is just a whole lot of nothing happening, and somebody's going to have to bite at some point, I guess.
Well, I mean, this is, AI versus RT stalemate is something that can happen if you don't get an early jump on them. I'm talking about with the AI getting an early jump on Turkey, which we sometimes see nowadays. But
yeah, but somebody flinches, and it was Italy, right? So yeah, Italy, the promise of getting 2 dots here made the AI an IRT, which is not a very stable alliance. We'll see how that works out.
It's probably not sustainable.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did Piedmont try to convoy? Oh, I see. They tried to convoy to Wales, but there was just a bunch of bouncing there.
Picardy,
Irish could have supported that move. What happened there? That was maybe
looks like it's doing something funny, right? It's just
that's
making
probably a misorder, because you would want. I think you would want. Well, maybe he didn't want to go there.
To Irish. It made it. It's a misorder. It supported Picardy to Irish, meant to support it to Wales. Yeah.
I have been in games recently where I have misordered in this situation, trying to invade as France into England, and it's so frustrating. Like, it just kills all your momentum.
Let's see. Italy building 2 armies makes perfect sense, because he's thrown in, he thinks, with the Turks, and maybe he's right, because the Turks have moved backwards some, get the 2 fleets away from the Ionian. So
and one on the Black Sea, and being able to go to Armenia now. Yeah,
potentially. In the West, the French must have just not submitted orders, right? That's a
looks like an NMR, yeah.
Yeah, an NMR, what we call an NMR. No moves received is what that stands for. In the fall term, because of that position was kind of blown, the best they could do was to go down and try to defend. Because, with the blood in the water, the Italians were coming with that fleet. And so now the French have moved down to Marseille because they were worried about covering.
Yeah,
NMR holding in Wales, though. There's something going on here.
Yeah, NMR with Grace is unusual, so I almost feel like that was a choice, or there was something going on
Or
who
a
knows?
player had to be substituted
Yeah,
or something like that.
like that. But
Somebody had to drop out, maybe.
I will say though, if you're going to put an attack on Doug Millot and not using efficient moves, it is not going to work out for you. He is good enough a player to recover from that. So we'll see what the net result of all of this is going to be.
Well, Russia, sir, I mean, they made the deal with England. We'll see if that deal continues, but it probably could. All right, what's going on there?
I don't love the fleet build by Turkey. I mean, I guess they felt like they needed to be able to support themselves out to the Black Sea, but if they are trying to run an IT, they're going to be sitting with a wasted unit out back for a while.
Might be able to kill it later, rebuild it, maybe. But I agree, it's not ideal, but I'm not sure he had a choice. If he was going to make progress, he had to get into the Black Sea. Western Ionian, Western to Mid-Atlantic is an interesting. Again, we've seen people go around other people before tonight, and this is an example of why you go over there. You're intervening, trying to make.
Hey, you can get it. Well, that's intervening. Intervening by taking Portugal because you can, right?
Well, maybe because the Russians offered to also give you Munich. It's worth it to take 2 centers off of somebody, but maybe not just one.
Yeah, and you got Greece, so now that's +3 for Italy right now.
Yeah, that's a nice move for Jamie.
Yeah,
I think
Caleb really had a good game going here, and he kind of ran out of steam with that NMR. Again, unless there's been a substitution of players or something, which is entirely possible.
Yeah, they said in chat no substitute. So, but it was an NMR combined with the misorder. That misorder was rough.
Well, maybe the misorder got him so frustrated. Yeah. Gosh, we've all been there. I have been there.
I have been there within the past year.
Yeah, this is just a great position for Italy right now because they just get free run into France. I think the only question is are they going to be able to hold on to their stuff in Iberia and Trieste from what could be an RT at this point if Russia and Turkey can work things out. And the removal of Fleet Black rather than Fleet Con certainly suggests that might be the case.
Indeed.
Well, these moves definitely don't suggest that being the case.
No, this looks like a wintergreen.
This suggests an IR alliance, a wintergreen alliance, which is absolutely spectacular if you're Italy. I'm a little surprised by the moves that they weren't a little bit more aggressively getting those fleets out to the west. I might have liked to see something like Naples to Tyrrhenian, Rome to Tuscany, and really just plow some units over there because, man, that stuff is just there for the taking right now.
It still is because he gets to go forward into Burgundy. Yeah. So it's still for the taking. He could take Spain and Marseille this turn. He didn't need the other fleet.
Yeah.
It will not happen in this game, but this is the kind of position that an Italian can solo from.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different.
If you could dig the Turks out. And maybe they can.
Yeah, I've soloed more with Italy than any other country, and if I am in a position like this, I like the odds. It's not always possible, but it's certainly not.
If you were going to make a big Italy score here, you would want the English to be messing around with the Russians. Yeah. So I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Yeah. We'll find out.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the only downside, again, for Italy in terms of not pushing those fleets out, right? Because now, yes, they have Marseille and they have Spain and they have Portugal, but they no longer have that clear route into the western part of the board now that they basically have to withdraw from the mid-Atlantic.
I mean, you're right, Adam, but I don't think he thought he had any choice. Turkey is actually the priority here, not. I mean, you go over to the west and kind of screw around and make things sort of crazy, but you can't really hold it if everybody tries to fight. You got to dig the Turks out first before you can really. I think it's probably the theory.
Couple disbands in the east.
Well, if the French are going to
Austria gets a build, goes from 1 to 2. Good for them. Nice job, Captain Gaming. You always like to see that. And Doug in England gets 2 builds by taking Berlin, and I guess it was Norway or Sweden. Norway, yeah, getting Norway back. So that's a nice job by Doug, really controlling the West right now. It'll be interesting to see how that race between England and Italy goes, and I think Doug has the advantage, right?
Most likely, particularly if he slips into Paris like that.
Yep.
Now,
I think
the Russians
he's going to be on the defensive here.
The problem is that Doug doesn't really have a friend, but maybe he doesn't need one at this late stage in the game. But he doesn't really have one. He's taking French stuff.
Yeah, but
he's fighting Russia and he's fighting Italy.
Yeah, and take a look. Those fleets are now hustling back to the west after what did we really achieve going there? Yeah, I mean, I guess Turkey is down to 3 because they're going to get Khan back right now. So
I mean, he didn't have time to finish the job because England had too much flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And now we're fighting Russia for some reason.
England actually went the other way.
Well, and Italy is fighting Russia, it looks like, which is very strange to me.
I'm not sure I wouldn't have just gone ahead and put my fleet in the Mid-Atlantic if I were Doug there.
Yeah. Yeah, why do you need to be in Norwegian? Wouldn't you rather be in Mid-Atlantic, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure Norwegian does a lot for you. I mean, obviously the point is to eventually take St. Pete. I get that.
Yeah.
I'd like to be in Mid-Atlantic right now myself.
Well, now you're not going to. And he builds an army. Why are you building an army rather than fleet? Would you rather see Fleet Liverpool here? I think you would.
Army.
Well, it depends on the diplomatic situation. Maybe he's gotten some kind of deal with Jamie here where they both went after Russia together, and he's hoping that he can put some army pressure into the interior and take Munich.
Yeah, maybe he feels like Spain's going to come up to Gascony, so he needs to be able to get over to Picardy to protect.
For that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Or that way. Wow. That's really very passive moves by the Italian here, which is, I think, not what you really want to do in this position. Made peace with Italy. It was all diplomacy. Good job, Doug. Yeah.
Well, I thought it had to be something like that.
I don't know what kind of peace with Italy involves England being in the Mid-Atlantic from this position, but great.
Well, that doesn't really threaten the Italians. It's really more defensive to make sure the Italians don't get it.
And the game's over anyway. That's great. That's well played game by Doug. Well played game by Italy.
Well, and Jamie played well as well, but Doug, that's a really good game from Doug.
Yeah, Doug earned that one.
Yeah, Doug Mutt showing why he was one of the Super 7 in last year's DB&I. Once again, showing good success in this game. Jamie, well played. Really enjoyed that run as Italy. And Robert, kind of behind the radar a little bit, kind of hung on. I feel like did a good job to end in 8 where he ended. Congratulations. And just another quick reminder, if you're enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give it a like, subscribe to the channel, put in some comments, explain what we missed, give kudos, shout outs, any strong opinions, emotional outbursts, as long as they're respectful. And all of that will help create engagement with the channel, which will help the algorithm promote and help more people find our video and hopefully join us in the community. With that, we are going to say good night to David Hood. David, thank you so much. I know you're East Coast time, so it's very late for you. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And as always, I enjoy every broadcast we do together. I learn from you every time and really, really appreciate having you on the stream.
Great time tonight, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
All right. Have a great night and welcome back, Brandon.
All right. Let's take it home.
All right. We'll do our final game of the night. And let me go ahead and transition us over.
Thanks, by the way, for not making me come on and say nice things to David.
I intentionally waited. So, all right, Adam, I think you get to close us out. Introduce our final players for the evening.
Sure. We have in Austria someone named Spedio. In England, we have someone I've never heard of named Jamal Blackerly. I think he might have won something. I'm not sure. In France, we have Kurt. Germany is Russ Dennis. Italy, Justin Lohr, who we saw earlier. Russia, Christian Brown, also played earlier. And Turkey, Isaac Dukes, who I believe we also. So several of these people are playing, I guess, their second game in 2 days. A few people playing their first. World champion Jamal Blackerly on the board is always makes things interesting. Russ Dennis is a very experienced player, so good to see him back in the game. This should be good.
Yeah, Russ Dennis, known online primarily, for those of you who don't know, Humble the Heap is the primary moniker he uses for Extended Deadline. And happy to say Russ is going to be at Weaselmoot. So looking forward to play with Russ. So a couple folks that are going to be at Weaselmoot on this board. So if you're planning to go, maybe take some notes. And let's get to our game. 1901, Adam.
Sure. So we've got a bounce in the Black Sea, no bounce in Galicia, which allows the Russians to move up north. So we've got the Moscow to St. Pete move. Venice going right into Trieste, probably by agreement, given the Austrian orders. And that's about all that's interesting. Pretty typical stuff in the West with lots of people potentially in play for Belgium, though we've got to assume the English will convoy to Norway with support, which indeed they do. England catches a little bit of a break there with getting the Germans to bounce Russia out of Sweden, which is, I think, particularly helpful because the Russians moved to Finland to clear out St. Petersburg for a build, but they're only getting one, so they'll probably have to think really carefully about whether they can afford to build a fleet. The Germans decide to just let France go get 3 builds and support themselves into Holland. And what do we have happening in Greece? Is that a support from the Turks? Very nice. So this is basically the Turks are supporting the Italians into Greece, and Trieste is cutting Serbia so that they can force take it. So bad news for Austria. Really interesting starting position for the Italians. Don't see this too often with them getting 2 builds, neither of which is Tunis.
That happened to me once at my first tournament, which was the Worlds in Chicago in 2016. And as Austria, this happened to me, and I was eliminated by the end of 1902.
Yeah. This could be a very fast game for them.
And then Turkey was the next one out after me, which made sense.
Yeah.
3 armies from Kurt. That is, Jamal had a rough spring 01 with the Russian moving north, and everything else has gone his way. This is quite a turnaround. Yeah.
I guess I think just for viewers, I think France putting 3 armies down, it's just a flexibility issue, right? I think that's ultimately what's going to happen. Those armies get bottled up, and there's not a lot you can do without a fleet. Typically, with France, if you've got 2 or 3 builds, usually one of them needs to be a fleet, and we've even seen cases with 3 builds that you get 2 fleets down, which can be interesting, or even with 2 builds. So, but putting down 3 armies, man, it's going to be tough going for Kurt to make a lot of progress anywhere.
It's just too nice to England. It just gives them too much freedom, and that should come back.
Too much with them, right? You're sitting with 5 armies. There's not that much space for them. They get bogged down. But let's see what happens. Of course, Jamal is happy to see that, and is basically going to just make the play against the Russians in the north. And Brandon, I think I'm taking your turn, so why don't you go ahead and get the commentary?
Yeah, fair enough. So, so I'm looking at Russ Dennis here, who takes Belgium and goes to Helgoland. So, it's surprising because typically as Germany, you want a partner in the West, and the 2 of you go against one target. And usually when Germany fights both of their Western partners at once, it doesn't go well. That is not the case here. It goes very well for Russ Dennis, who picks up Belgium and gets into Helgoland. My guess is the three armies were a problem for Russ, and also Jamal probably indicated he didn't want to fight France at all. And so we have a bounce in Skagerrak and a move to Helgoland. So keep an eye out in the West. Presumably Russ wants Christian Brown as his alliance partner, or maybe to force Kurt into going along with him. In the East, Isaac Jukes gets into the Black Sea, which was guaranteed. And we have Russia getting into Bulgaria. So AR cooperation, and Italy is very passive here, surprisingly. Doesn't do anything with the armies. So maybe a bit of rapprochement between Italy and Austria, at least for the spring. Let's see what happens in the fall.
What do you make of the Russian moves in the north, putting the army in Sweden instead of the fleet? I think if I'm Germany, that's probably not really what I want to see, right?
With Christian, negotiating with Christian requires some patience. And so this may have been something that Christian insisted on out of the thought that there's some flexibility that he really wants to maintain. And I agree that if I were Russ Dennis, I wouldn't be happy about that. All right. In the fall here, we have that Austria-Russia cooperation either didn't last, or they agreed that Austria should get Romania. Austria probably wasn't thinking that Italy would also get Budapest behind them. So this is a dipsy doodle, actually. And the net result is that Turkey loses one and Italy gains two. One of those comes from Turkey by way of Russia and Austria. In the east, or the west rather, we have France retaking Belgium, and that is because Russ vacates. This is not by necessity, it should be said. This is by choice. And if they planned it so that Kurt would be able to rebuild as a fleet, that's very good. If they didn't plan it, then they're doing well to take advantage of that opportunity, presuming Kurt actually built the fleet.
I mean, these are super sketchy build. I mean, they're not really sketchy. The moves by Christian are exactly the reason why you don't want Russia to take Sweden the way they did, right? And maybe Russ saw that, and I mean, I guess he didn't sniff it out because he could have bounced Baltic if he was expecting this to happen. But yeah, not a good turn for Russ.
Yeah, Russ was clearly worried about a supported attack on Denmark. So Helgoland had supported Denmark here rather than covering Holland.
Yeah.
But it's good to, creating an ally in Kurt is the most important thing for him to do that turn. And it appears that he's done that. Kurt, it's worth noting Kurt put down two builds, and I think is fortunate that Backstabber chose the one that he should have built.
Russ at least was fortunate.
Yeah.
At least.
And I just say, we don't see 7-center Italy's after 1902 very often.
No, we don't.
That's pretty impressive. And he puts down another fleet in an army, and looks like there's still plenty of room for gain. Looks like he's in position. He takes Vienna, very likely in position to hold most of it, at least for right now. And also, starting to be able to push some units to the west. I think this is very nice for Italy in the sense that they basically have Turkey and Russia fighting. And even though both are at his back, he doesn't necessarily, need to worry about that just yet, as long as the diplomatic situation plays out well for them. In the West, this is good for France, and I guess it's okay for Germany's really defending himself, but France is convoying into England, which is definitely going to release some of that pressure. And Jamal wisely convoys that Norway army back home.
Hey, hold this for a second. I just want to just focus on the Balkans here, and this is what I refer to as a kaleidoscope position. And it's great. It's great for Italy. It's great to have. He's got three different players, all with different, all with armies around them. Very hard for them to coordinate against him. This is a really lovely position for the player who's topping the standings. Should be said.
Yep. And he puts the Russian in. So I think he's going for the wintergreen because he's putting the Russian into Romania. Because he could have decided to put Turkey in there, right? So, and I think this is probably right for Italy to be doing it this way.
I know the convoy to Tunis. I don't get that.
Oh,
I mean, he's lucky that Russia and Austria.
yeah, I would have expected him just to support himself in Greece, or to use Greece to support Trieste down to Serbia or something like that. I'm a little bit surprised by
I agree.
by that. I don't know why you would want that army in Tunis to begin with.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Unless you want to convoy it into Spain or something like that, but
yeah, I mean, you got a build coming. It's going to be an army in Venice, right, to go to Piedmont.
That army should come right back.
Yeah, I mean, the problem now is you got the Turks with an extra fleet. Maybe they're gonna have to deal with the Russians if you're fortunate here. Russians builds a North Coast fleet, which is actually very positive for the IR relationship, right? That's exactly what you want to see if you're working with an IR. That Russia comes down with an army in Warsaw, and that's it.
Yep.
I don't know. I guess Romania is just going to Budapest just as sort of a
keep him honest or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but then again, he supports Bulgaria out to Greece, so I don't know. This looks like RT to me. This looks like at least RT for the turn have worked things out.
Which is probably the right thing for them at this point in the game, if they want to have a chance to top.
Yeah, and then in the other parts of the world, France is continuing to make some advances. They just have the better position on England right now. Germany forces the England's out of the North Sea. They're able to retreat to Belgium, which is
funny.
That's a good place to be.
Well, it should become German. Belgium should become German after this turn.
Yeah, and and Italy's really going to have a hard time making any progress against the French, I think. I think that army in Tunis is really kind of a wasted unit.
Yeah, certainly. Well, there's a 50-50 guess here over whether Gascony supports Spain or Marseille here. So, but Tunis should be in Greece, and now you see part of the problem. Italy supports Turkey into Greece, which is interesting. So, a chance to Italy is taking a chance to try to create an ally in the east, apparently with success, as Isaac Jukes goes to the Black Sea and looks set to take on Russia as an opponent. Elsewhere, we do have Germany taking Belgium, and we have France taking Liverpool. And that combined with Norway falling means that England's going to be down to just one here. And Christian Brown, were it not for having lost the diplomatic battle in the south, would have been in a nice position in the north.
Yeah, so the question is, so the question was going to be, what does Turkey build here? And they do put down the army, which bodes very well for the IT alliance. Yeah. Though then again, the last build, I thought that the IR was on, so who the heck knows?
Yeah, IT feels very good for Italy here and fine for Turkey. May feel like he doesn't have much other growth path otherwise. I think this is you, Adam.
Yeah, and indeed, that seems to be what we're getting, right? Trieste is going to take Serbia right here. They're setting up to put Turkey into Romania, which is what you do here. Guess wrong in France this turn. So they don't. Justin doesn't advance against the French, and the French do take the Irish Sea. Now, the Italians are one fleet short for where they need to be, right? So they do have that gap in North Africa, and which, maybe or maybe not, the French will decide to exploit. Up north, we've got the Germans and the Russians are now fighting. Christian drops down into Baltic, shifts the units around to make some plays for Denmark or perhaps into Germany, while Germany is, going into Silesia. Prussia gets bounced out of Silesia, but that Prussian army will be annoying for Christian, so he'll have to make some backwards movements to cover Warsaw and the like. So interestingly enough here, I can't tell what Serbia is doing, but it looks like Justin may have switched sides again, pushing the Russians into Greece and supporting Romania. So it's a little bit of back and forth over here. That's, this can be some of the most frustrating diplomacy, when you go in this merry-go-round and know everybody's switching sides every turn. It makes it very difficult to make moves and be predictable for your ally, or even to have an ally, because it's just everything changes every turn. So that's really interesting, and I would be fun to be a fly on the wall in any of those conversations amongst those three here. Down elsewhere, it looks like the Russians are making some progress. They get Denmark and protect Sweden, so that's going to be a +1 for the Russians, and down 1 for the Germans here.
It's very clever by Justin. I'm a little worried it's going to be too clever by half. He's doing a little bit of what we saw Jordan Connors do in that final, which was make transactional plays going back and forth between two neighbors basically every turn. Justin's doing something similar to that between Russia and Turkey. Russia's picking up Denmark here, loses Serbia, but Russia's 1 ahead, and so now they're going to be still 1 ahead, and so Justin needs to be thinking about topping this board here. France may be stymied, maybe stopped at 8, and so the question is, can Justin pick one off of Christian or more? He's in good position to do that.
It's an interesting choice for the build, because you kind of need a fleet, but you also kind of need an army here, right?
It tells you where he sees his next dots coming from. I would put down army Venice or Naples to convoy over, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely an army for me. But I think the choice of Venice or Naples is interesting.
Part of it's also how much. What do you think that Kurt is going to do now, right? Because Kurt, is Kurt going to turn on Russ? If you feel good about where Kurt's at, definitely comfortable putting an army down. But if you think Kurt and Russ are, in lockstep, or you think Kurt is coming south, then you may need that extra fleet.
Yeah, I think the nice thing is that Kurt can't put down a fleet here, and there's a fleet in Belgium, so that would give me some confidence. But this would all depend on the diplomacy between me and Kurt if I were Italy. There we go.
Army, good. And Kurt,
Northern Fleet from Christian Brown.
And Kurt waves.
Yeah, that's good. So we can hold off and build a fleet next year. A Northern Fleet from Christian Brown. He's very confident in the wintergreen.
This kind of stuff puzzles me, right? Turkey just pulled Armenia and now convoys to Armenia. This stuff, is always a little bit puzzling to me. But anyway, the effect here is that IR are working together here for, what is that, 2 turns in a row? I don't think we've seen that for a while. So we do have some consistent moves here. So they knocked the Turks out of Bulgaria. And it looks like maybe we've achieved a sense of loose neutrality between France and Italy. The Piedmont to Tyrolia, Venice to Piedmont is interesting, because could have just moved Venice to Tyrolia. So I don't know, but that's something you could do.
I'm sure they're negotiating. Like, that's a way to keep. I mean, if he had moved to Piedmont, then he's got Tyrolia and Venice. So I don't know.
He's not in Venice. I'm just saying he could have just held in Piedmont or supported him. So, I mean, he doesn't need support to Tyrolia, but he didn't need to do that shift. It's okay. Not a big deal.
Yeah, sometimes you see people, draft orders one way and then they switch to the other. But Kurt left Marseille vulnerable here. So that's some interesting diplomacy between the two of them. To pull this off. It's really nice in the East. Justin is creating a situation that really suits him. There are dots there for his taking whenever he wants them. That's always a good position to be in. He doesn't take them, and in fact lets Turkey have Greece. That's a surprise. I have to think that is a mistake. It's quite a mistake. It's not one you want to make here. That's very shocking. I mean, if nothing else, then Serbia and Ionian bouncing. That's amazing for Isaac. He gets to put down rebuild that unit here. And we do have Kurt making a play here, convoying into Tunis, or into North Africa, which gives him purchase on Tunis, but loses Marseille at the same time. So that at best is going to be a wash. And he has a guess here, I think, to retake. Oh, no, he can guarantee it. Spain is the mover, and then Mid-Atlantic comes down.
Well, that's a full turn. He's going to have to pull North Africa, I think, because I don't think he can. I think, unless he's going to pull Edinburgh, but I think you got to pull North Africa. I don't think you want to be down there.
Yeah, I would. That was quite a risk that he took here, and well done on Justin's part to sniff it out. So Justin's going to get a build here.
It's got to be a fleet now.
Now I'd put down another fleet, although his armies are pretty far spread out. So I'd put down a fleet personally.
I think it's got to be a fleet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't France have a pull?
They must have had a PIF, or no, they had one in the bank.
Right, that's right. Wow. Okay.
They didn't wave 2 years in a row, right?
No, they just had the +1 when they couldn't build a fleet, and we commented on that. Yeah. So let's see. Why does he move that way?
Who?
Well, I guess there's some guesses here, but this was not going to work.
He thought Spain might tap Gulf of Leon.
Well, net result: France retakes Marseille.
But even then, Marseille should be the mover with
that's
support
that's
from both
yeah,
fleets,
that's right. Yeah, it's okay. So up in the north, it looks like France was trying to go to Denmark, but Germany instead moved North Sea to Norwegian, and I guess was probably supporting English Channel into the North Sea. And it looks like just a bit of miscommunication between Russ and Kurt, because Kurt moves up to the Irish Sea. I'm not sure what the advantage of him being in the Irish Sea is.
Gets him away from Belgium. But the move that I'm looking at is Prussia to Kiel.
Is that a convoy far out? Nice.
So that prevents Justin in Italy from getting into Munich. Presumably Prussia was supposed to tap Berlin here. So will that prompt Justin to give up on the Wintergreen? No.
Okay, so he gets Greece back. A lot of self bounces. I don't know. Not super efficient, but I guess it's a way you can do things. Yeah, not a lot happening here. Germany's back out into the North Sea. Be interesting. Oh, loses Berlin though, so that's a +1 for Christian.
Was that? Oh no, there was a guess over Kiel versus Berlin.
That's right.
And Christian outguessed him. Isaac should have popped Armenia there. That was a mistake. Yeah, it's too defensive. When you're at that stage, you really need to just take some risks to improve your position. Christian Brown, for a second game today, is sort of doing what it takes to be in contention at the end. He's got a real shot to top this board. So I take that back because Italy has turned on him and done it viciously, and taken Bulgaria and Romania in ways that cannot be reversed. And that is a winning move that should win Justin this game.
I think he has to do that here if he wants to top this board. Christian has too many armies and too many that can move to places that are just unfriendly to him, and he's spread out. So I think this is the right move. I really, I think it's good timing by Justin.
I agree. And he also has Isaac on side. Isaac goes to the Black Sea. He's clearly interested in some revenge on Christian Brown. Christian, for his part, actually takes Kiel and Munich here, which is going to keep him even at 10, but that's going to be one behind Justin, who's going to be up to 11. And Actually doesn't have a lot of growth in over 2 years unless he decides to go after some Turkish dots.
Well, there's not a lot of growth for either of them at this point. I mean, the question is, can Russia push into stuff like Holland or Belgium?
Yeah, those are
I
very
think
gettable.
those are probably at play, though. At this point, France is probably going to try to take those. I mean,
or they split them.
yeah. So the question is, can Justin take anything else? And I'm not sure he can that easily right now. I guess he can go into Aegean and try to try to go for a Turkish dot or something. But
yeah, the Turks could help the Russians in Romania.
I don't.
But why would Isaac switch sides again if as long as Justin's not attacking him, why go back? I mean, he already kind of is where he is, right? So if he made the decision to go against Christian, if he's going to be a Janissary, why do something different? Why not try to put Justin into Seb or something?
Well, and Justin can. I mean, I haven't done the tactics, but Justin could support Isaac and that will result in increasing the gap for that lead. So he doesn't have to take the dot himself.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, though I would want to wait till. There you go.
Surprised. I'm a little surprised Christian doesn't go after Belgium here.
Or Holland, you mean?
Holland, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no downside, is there?
Well, you potentially leave Munich vulnerable.
You're leaving Munich a little bit more hanging in the breeze, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe, Christian does have some possibilities, right? There's Edinburgh as well, or London here. He could be setting himself up to get one of those in 1910. It's a very dynamic game here at this point. And Kurt's picking up Belgium here. I think is bigger. So why didn't Justin get into Mid-Atlantic last time? Didn't try.
So it looks like we're heading towards a photo finish with this one.
Yeah. I think this is you, Adam.
Yeah.
Oh,
so he drops into the Eastern Med. I'm sort of wondering why. I mean, maybe because the game's so close to being over, but I'm wondering why Justin doesn't drop Lyon back to Tyrrhenian Sea at this point and start, getting it back the other way where it can do something. But maybe the game's not going to go long enough where that matters. It looks like Russ was perfectly okay with Kurt taking Belgium and is just, helping protect London there.
Why didn't Galicia get into Romania? Was because Sevastopol was cut. Okay.
Sev's cut, yeah. So Isaac is once again switching sides, it would seem, and Russia and Turkey are after. See, this is what I don't understand. Why I don't? It's hard to understand the negotiation, but it seems like a smaller power to keep going back and forth is sort of odd to me.
Well, Christian also attacked. It's hard to know which one sort of turned first.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess that whole side of the board has been more or less changing what they're doing every single turn.
Yeah, it's been a real blunder. But good job on Justin to get them fighting each other again, not teamed up against him.
Yeah, he does have a pull here. I guess he can pull Lyon.
Yeah, Lyon is what I was thinking.
I would, yeah. Although, Lyon gives him the option of the possibility of a build over there. Eastern Med might be less useful.
Yeah. Lyon.
So that tells us what he wants to do. Which was to try to go after Munich, which doesn't work because Christian does some nice tactics here and gets into Bohemia. Christian, I believe, will have some guess. I think no, because Ukraine is vacant, so he won't have a guess. In fact, he will lose Sevastopol, guaranteed, actually. So that wasn't great. What's up?
Unless he negotiates it.
Sure. Does pick up Holland, or is in position to do so, but loses position in Edinburgh. And now Norway is also. So this last. I assume this is going to be the last turn, and it's just going to be
Liverpool. He's going to walk into Liverpool now.
Yeah, but lose Norway.
No, he's not losing. Why would he lose Norway?
Oh, you think he covers it with
North?
Yeah. Good point. Holland is safe.
He takes Liverpool. He takes Holland. He loses Sev.
So he goes +1 to
Plus 1
11.
to 11. I think he's still going to top unless I mean, the question is, does Justin slip into Khan or Smee or something like that?
I think he gets Romania here. So Romania should be. Oh, doesn't even need to be the mover.
Doesn't need to be. Just depends what they work out. This is interesting, considering everybody's been playing a different side every turn. Hard to know, but we're expecting this is the last turn, right?
Most likely.
Yeah.
So, unless with this wild game we could see.
Maybe they were going fast.
So, yeah, here we go.
We're predicting a tie here between Christian and
Justin. So
Go
no,
back?
no, no. So there was a guess over, lots of guesses over Smyrna and all. Well, there wasn't really a guess because Isaac basically decided to cover his centers rather than worrying about taking Sev.
Yeah. So well done, Christian Brown. He's going to win this. He's going to win this by 2 now. So Christian Brown, fantastic job of diplomacy here on this last turn to keep Isaac Jukes on side. That is the difference here.
120 points. That is definitely going to shake up our standings. Congratulations, Christian Brown. I already said I was impressed with the game I saw earlier. This one even more impressive. Just fantastic gameplay, Christian.
Yeah, very nice. Good play by Justin as well in Italy. Got off to a really strong start and really managed to keep his foot on the gas most of the game, and just got a little bit outgunned by Christian's play. But I think, really well done. Came down to the very wire for that. And nice job by Kurt as well, kind of keeping things moving in the West. So really interesting, very dynamic game, especially on the eastern side of the board, with some of the decisions that happened between Turkey, Italy, and Russia.
This was really fun because 2 of the most experienced players on the board both got eliminated, or almost in Russ's case. So yeah.
And Isaac Jukes staying with it and really being instrumental in how this game ended. So really, really fun game.
Yeah,
thank you to all the players.
Yeah, let's see how the standings got shaken out.
Absolutely. Let's do that right now. So quick reminder, if you enjoy the broadcast, please do give it a like, subscribe, share with your friends, add some comments, and let's see those standings. So here we go. Taking a look now at our standings, 492.7 for Justin Lohr. Definitely a good day for Justin. Matthew Tatanchi in second at 431. Ben Kelman 402. Doug Malott 365. Jamal Blackerly 350.7. Brandon Dix 339. Jordan Connors coming in for our final slot for the number 7 seed, 338. Christian Brown slipping up to number 9. I think that's a couple place increase. So good competition this season. It always comes down to the wire, but I feel like it's even more competitive this year than typical.
Yeah, so Jordan and McCullis, they both only have 3 scores, so that means that their next score will sort of push their lowest one into the average of the rest. So they'll get a nice big bonus on their next score. So I would look at let's see, Doug Malott, Jamal Blakarli, and Brandon Dix are sort of in potential trouble there. They might need another score here, and then we've got Christian Brown and Micah Blum with another good score capable of jumping up in there. Nice race here coming down to the end.
Absolutely. And then we'll take a quick look now at positions 11 to 20. We can see Mark Sloan, Karsten Superwordy, Isaac Jason, Robert Hillier, Patrick, Cody, Captain Gaming, and Tom Fierkins wrapping out our top 20. So congratulations again to all of our players. Thank you all. It is a genuine pleasure to be able to provide commentary for all of these games. Really enjoy it. Brandon, Adam, really good to be able to bring the old crew back together. It's been too long. Really appreciate everything. David Hood, just a legend within this hobby, and really appreciate having him on the broadcast as well. And most of all, I want to thank everyone for watching. Really could not have this broadcast without you. Thank you, especially to those who were able to join us in Dip Chat. Love the commentary. Really helps keep things fresh and interesting for all of us as we do it a lot. Adam, why don't you give your closing remarks, and then Brandon, I'll let you close out the show.
Hey, it's another month of VDL and another month of, really enjoyed the VDL games as always. I think these were very competitive, very dynamic games. Maybe, I haven't been on the broadcast for a while, but it feels like some really dynamic play. People really going for it, right? We've had multiple contenders that towards the end of those games and really dynamics that led to it being not clear who was going to top the board until the very end. So I really enjoyed seeing that and all the uncertainty around that. The Olympus was fascinating. I have not commentated on extended deadline games before, and it's really interesting to see, the high level of tactical play and the nuances of, we don't see the nuances of the diplomacy, but you can tell that things are happening in the background to a much less rushed degree, right? So plans are formulated in more detail, stabs are formulated in more detail than they possibly can be under the time pressure of a virtual or face-to-face type of game. So that was really fascinating to participate in, and so I'm really grateful to all of the players. And it's just such a privilege to be able to do this.
Yeah, and I'll just give a shout out to winner-take-all format and open tribute. We didn't see any tide tops tonight. We saw players who were not taking easy strategies, easy ways out, and they were trying to find their way through difficult strategic considerations to come out on top. We saw that with McCallus. We saw that with Jordan for certain in both of his games, and with Christian here at the end. It's what we'd like to see, a little everyone fighting in a barrel, and only one person coming out and entertaining us along the way. Brian, I want to thank you for hosting tonight. It's always a pleasure to be on the stream with you, and you do great work as always.
Well, thank you all, and with that, we will say good night and stay safe and stab well.